A Beasley Media Group station live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
We're all still in a great mood following the Sunday win over the Bengals. The beatdown win on the road against the Cincinnati Bengals. And we saw the team that we thought we were going to see before the season started. Or some of us did, because we got pushback, John. So the question is, are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles' expectations? We'll discuss that today on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Your identity is what the organization has told you it is for the last 25 years. And what's that? Trenches. So don't give me identity is overblown when that is your identity.
This is a different team, different coordinators, different year. And that offense is showing you, they're making you slowly a believer.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, happy Tuesday morning, my man.
And a happy Tuesday to you also.
It's a beautiful day.
Still feels good.
Yeah, dude, like I'm in a great mood. Last night, I told you I went to sleep at like 9:30. I don't know the last time I've done that. And I fell asleep. It's not that I went to bed at 9:30. Like I was already in bed.
You hit the pillow and you were out.
Oh yeah, dude, I was done. So when the Eagles win. And they win the way that they do, not just like a 4-point win over the Browns, but a beat down the Bengals in Cincinnati. Your spirits are a little bit differently.
Yeah, life's good.
Absolutely. So that leads us to our question today. And, of course, you know how you can climb in, 610-632-0975. You can text and you can call in. Are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles' expectations? We now have 7 games of data for the Philadelphia Eagles. We have 8 weeks of data through the NFL. And let's kind of revisit where we were at, John, before the season started. You had stenciled in stone.
In stone.
An NFC Championship game appearance.
Correct. That is as far.
With a chance at the link, but that wasn't etched in stone.
I just told you and Connor you will be working NFC Championship week.
Doing the pregame show.
I have no idea. That's as far as I would go. That's where my Final Four was where I expected this team to land.
Yes.
What would come of it, I didn't know. I wasn't going to get too chesty at this point.
And I wasn't chesty enough to get to the NFC Championship game, but as you remember, I said the Eagles would win this division comfortably.
Yes.
By 2 to 3 games now. I thought it would be over the Dallas Cowboys, and we have a different team to keep an eye on when it comes to the NFC East.
I think it's safe to say that it won't be comfortable.
Yeah, probably not.
It's going to come down to the end.
Connor Thomas is back from his brother's wedding. I hope you had a great time. We'll talk about that at some point today. You also had them as a 12-win team going into the playoffs, and I think you were like me. You weren't going as far as NFC Championship game, but a chance to get to the NFC Championship.
Yeah, I think it's a talented football team. Always kind of have, and it's nice to see the tree of the Eagles start bearing some fruit through 7 weeks.
Yes. You guys both had them in the divisional playoff round.
Yes.
Yeah. That was I just took it one step further.
You were chestier than we were. We weren't getting there yet. So now that we have 7 games of data and 8 weeks of NFL data, where are your expectations now? And are you hitting a reset button? So let's also go back, John, because we try to do today's talk show, but I need to do this just for the purpose of the conversation. Before the season started, we were the crazy ones. We were the crazy ones for thinking that this team was going to bounce back from the collapse last year, that the offense would look better with Saquon Barkley because there was fear of paying for the running back. We've seen how much that has helped them to the point where they should change their entire offensive approach and philosophy and schemes to run first, and we saw that work so well against Cincinnati. But there were a lot of people that didn't believe in the Vic Fangio effect, which would be to move the defense up to at least middle of the pack.
I didn't expect what we're seeing now.
No, neither did I. But there were a lot of people that kept on telling us that the reason why our expectations were too high for the Philadelphia Eagles, and there were a lot of Eagles fans checking in on this, was because of the defense. And the defense is a top 10 defense in the NFL so far. So
it's a top, let's be honest, it's a top 7.
It is.
Which is crazy.
It is.
And top 10 and top top 10 in rushing against the rush and things like that. There's so many good things to like about them.
Yeah, absolutely.
It didn't go. It's so weird though, is that it's almost like where they're at where I thought they'd be, is what I figured out yesterday, which is weird. Is they're 5-2, and that's where I expected them to be.
It's just been the weirdest ride
because I didn't expect them to beat Cincinnati at Cincinnati.
Right.
It was one of those in my head going, man, that's going to be a really tough spot.
I had him at 5-2. I had him losing to the Packers and losing to the Bengals.
I think it's one of the reasons.
Like, it's weird.
I think it's one of the reasons why and I will say it over and over again, why the one-loss game is so dumb. It doesn't play. Predicting a record for your team, overseeing everything but the one-loss game just shows you again. That's why we did it differently. Yeah, that's why. Yeah,
I tried predicting.
You did it when I was out.
Predicting yours.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job. So I'm not falling for that one again.
So it's funny. They're 5-2, which is where we had them at. Their defense is better than what we thought they would be, and we thought more positively of the defense than a lot of Eagles fans because I kept on making the point that there was upside. It wasn't just they stink. It's, hey, there might be some growing pains, but they're growing. And we've seen the youth movement be so good for the Eagles. And now we're starting to see the Eagles offense play the way that we want them to play. Not just good, but under center, pre-snap motion, throws over the middle of the field, open receivers, not looking for the chunk play. Only 2 pass attempts of over 20-plus air yards last week. Everything was within 20 yards, and a lot of it was within 10. They did a lot of stuff underneath. They made Jalen Hurts comfortable, which was what Saquon Barkley was brought here to do. So now that we have 7 weeks of Eagles data, specifically the last 3, because that's when they started looking like a football team, are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles expectations? Or are you sticking with what you said before the season started? John, I'm going to start with you because you were the chestiest one of us all. And I want to hear from the people at 610-632-0975. Before the season started, tell us what your preseason expectations were. And are you hitting some sort of reset button? Or are they getting to the team that you expected them to be, which was probably what we saw Sunday against the Bengals?
And I think that's where I'm at. Is that they're rounding into shape of the team that I expected them to be. I did not expect 7 games to look like the 7 games have. I did not. I thought that it would be a high-flying offense, which would honestly, the passing game was going to go nuts.
Right.
I did not think we would be talking about a run-first offense that sets up the pass or otherwise. I got to tell you, it's not troubling in any way, shape, or form, but it is a little annoying to me because I don't think this team has still looked like I expected them to look. And sometimes when you have an expectation in your head and it still looks really, really good, things can look really, really good, because it's not what you want it to be, you still go, I want more than this.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be more. And that's where I'm at.
And that's fair. Like you wish Jalen Hurts was throwing for 400 yards with these weapons.
I'm floored.
But you know what?
That they're not.
I'm thrilled with an 80% completion percentage and 236 yards and a touchdown pass against the Cincinnati Bengals when the offense is kind of running the way that I think it should have been running since maybe week 2 or 3. I was with you to start the season. I was with you where it was going to be, let's throw the football. Kellen Moore's here. He's going to make these wide receivers' lives easier. He's going to make Jalen Hurts' life easier. But that just wasn't the case. And we've now seen them since turn their identity into a run-first offense or a physical team, as Nick Sirianni likes to say. Whatever. To me, physicality means run first. We're seeing it work to their benefit.
We are seeing it work.
37-17 against a potential playoff team in the Cincinnati Bengals on the road. 28-3. I get it. It's the Giants, but that's a divisional matchup, again, on the road, where you beat the doors off of that team. Back-to-back blowout wins for the Eagles. It may have taken longer in the Cincinnati game, but a 20-point win is a 20-point win.
And that's the one thing is you can't be such a little, as I'll say, b-boy, worried about the style points. At this point, chalk up the wins, get things figured out. I think they've got things figured out at least a bit. I need to see it carry out. I'm very concerned about the Dallas game coming up in a week. I'm very concerned about how they're going to be able to handle the Commanders on a short week. I got a lot of issues the next few weeks to be able to figure out where I'm actually sitting with this team. But overall, I think I'm pretty pleased because it's exactly where I thought they'd be. It's just a different way of getting
It's a different way.
I thought they'd lose the New Orleans.
Different journey.
I thought they'd lose the New Orleans or the Tampa game, and I thought that they would lose the Cincinnati game. So they're right where I thought they'd be, just a totally different path.
So for me, I guess the only reset that I'm hitting is it's not going to be a comfortable division win.
Oh, it's not.
I still believe, and we kind of talked about this yesterday when we went through the reality or overreaction segment where we read the Jeff Kerr article from CBS. I still believe the Eagles will win this division. I'm not going to say can. I believe the Philadelphia Eagles will win the NFC.
And you are saying that with a level of confidence of what? Can you give me sort of a number on it? If you were just putting your confidence meter, if it was 1 to 10,
7.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Not lock. I'm not going 10.
If anyone's saying lock,
no, it's not.
It's I think they're.
But
nuts.
I believe the Eagles are the better team still between them and the Commanders, and they play them twice. And look, if they beat them twice, and I'm not saying that's a lock either, but if they can beat them twice, that puts you in a very strong position. And I think they're playing. They're playing well right now. That I think the Thursday night matchup is going to be actually perfect for the Eagles. I think the Eagles win that Thursday night game. We'll see how the other game goes down the road.
Coming off a short week in Dallas.
Yes.
At Dallas.
Yeah.
Which they usually split with Dallas.
Yeah.
No matter how great the Eagles are, they usually split with the Cowboys. What I'm worried about is that the Eagles can have their focus in a place where they don't usually play well to be able to go win at Dallas, come home on a short week, and be up for the Commanders.
Look, it's concerning, especially with the way that the Commanders are playing. But the only thing I'm going to change is it's not going to be as comfortable as I thought it would be. But I still believe they win this division. And I'll stand by what I said at the beginning. I'm not going to go as far as NFC Championship game just yet, but I'll like what my chances would be if I'm hosting a playoff game in the divisional round. Hopefully not in Wild Card weekend, but that's probably going to happen. Connor. Are you hitting a reset button on your preseason expectations, or are you standing where you were at from the beginning, which is a 12-win football team that will be playing in the playoffs?
Yeah, I'm standing right where I was pretty much. The offensive side of the ball, for sure, I feel pretty good about what I said at the start of the season, which was I was the patience guy on the show, and I believed it was going to take some time to see the version of the team that we're seeing now. New coordinators, trying to figure that out. Jalen Herz, another new system, and no preseason. So whether you agree with the no preseason or not, I always thought it was going to take some time. And they're still, in my mind, a 12 or an 11-win football team, right? And I think they can get to 12, and I do think there are some tough games now. Washington looks tougher. And John, you're absolutely right about splitting with Dallas. So I feel good about the number I put out there. I could see 11 as well. The one thing that I would reset expectations on if we're breaking this down more granularly would be the defensive side of the ball. I did not think that there was any way they were going to be this good defensively. I thought the offense was going to have to do some dragging along of the defense at points this year. And at this moment in time, it certainly doesn't feel like that. And I know we're going to get into that a little bit further later on in the show. But the overall expectations of the football team, I think this season has played out like pretty close to what I said it was going to so far.
Now, can I ask you both something, though, on what something Connor said? Because I just want to understand the thought process. I'm hearing patience for the offense. New coordinators, new system, everything. Okay. The Washington Commanders, a rookie quarterback, not a fifth-year quarterback, not the talent the Eagles have on offense. All the excuses are there, except they don't have a new head coach. I mean, they have a new head coach. Yeah. They even have more. And the Washington offense humming all season long. I don't understand why people are like, it's going to take time. It's going to take 2 months. 2 months
because
for the Eagles to get it.
It's an excuse for the Eagles.
It's such an excuse.
That's why.
It's a terrible excuse because it doesn't hold up even within our own division.
Now, hang on. There's an important word in there that you said that I did not say when I was preaching patience.
What's that?
It's going to take time. It could take time. There was no point where it had to be, hey, this team's going to look bad, and then they're going to look good. But I wanted that built in because the natural breakdown of how NFL teams change systems or how new coordinators implement their offense, in a lot of cases, it does take time. Now, Washington this year happens to be the anomaly. I'd put a lot of that on the fact that there's a very talented rookie quarterback that the NFL has not seen
Really
yet.
talented assistant offensive coach, too. That's what everyone tells us. That,
Come on,
that Brian Johnson's the reason why that offense is humming. I hear your point, Connor. And if
do you understand it?
Yeah, I do.
I do not.
I do. But if we revisit what we said before the season started, what did I say? No built-in excuses for me. Like, I don't want them. I want this team that was in a Super Bowl 2 years ago to not have built-in excuses as if they're a first-year bunch of guys. Like this is a veteran football team. I know there's youth on defense, but offensively, it's veterans.
I'll look at the Falcons. New head coach, new offense coordinator, new quarterback who'd never played there before, and no one needed to go, hey, patience with the offense. They're not going to be able to put up a lot of points. This is going to be a struggle. No. It's an embarrassment that it's taken this long for the Eagles. The Eagles were in the best position and couldn't get it done. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't think it's an embarrassment. Like they've won 3 straight games. They've won 2 by 20+. Like they are in a situation right now where they look like a damn good football team, and sometimes you just need to get things clicking. Like it's not it has to happen this way, but we've seen this happen with good teams before where they change things in the offseason, and the first couple weeks they look like they're scuffling, and then they hit their stride and they go on a run. That's normal still.
Yeah, it is.
And that's the thought process when you change things. You could hit the ground running. But if they don't, we've seen teams survive that before, and that feels like what the Eagles are doing now.
So I want to play a couple clips for you, and I do find it interesting to hear where the people come from, John, because a lot of people thought the Eagles would struggle because of the defense. We're seeing a top 10 defense. So for us, we're not resetting our expectations. We had higher expectations than a lot of people. So it's easier for us. If the Eagles are 2-5 and we're doing this topic, yeah, we're resetting our expectations. But because they're 5-2 and the way that it's played out, the defense being a top 10 defense in the NFL, I'm sure there are a lot of you listening right now who are resetting your expectations, and we'd love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. Here's Nick Sirianni. I want to play a couple clips for you, some about the offense, some about the defense, because that helps you reset your expectations, seeing how things have changed. Yeah. Here's Sirianni talking about the offense, taking snaps under center.
A little bit of that is, just the way the game is played out and, different situations that happen in the game. I think we've had some big leads here the last couple of weeks that probably make that number balloon even more. But it's good to just be multiple and some different things, but still do what you do well. And I think, we've had a lot of success being in the gun, and also can have some success here under center. Different personnel groupings give you some different under center opportunities. As well, and so I think it's a little bit of everything.
Now, I have some stuff to say, but I want to play this other clip for you first because Nick Sirianni confuses me.
He confuses me on a weekly basis. I have no idea. But
there's something that he's doing and has been doing the last couple of weeks that really confuses me. Here he is talking about the offense's evolution. Then I'll tell you.
Yeah, I think it's trending forward for sure. Like Jalen said, we've had a nice last couple games. Where we've had some production, and I think you're always a work in progress, and you're always working on, continuing to figure out things that you do well, and continuing to, repeat those things. And so I think it's just I think things change week to week. Again, we talk a lot about our identity being tough and being physical and playing with high detail and playing together as a team. Scheme things change week in, week out, based off of a lot of different things. And so I think that's just constantly evolving and constantly taking different shapes and different forms.
So this is what confuses me. You would agree that Nick Sirianni seems to be a very confident person, over-enthusiastic at times.
Over-enthusiastic, yes. I think he's a bluff confidence person.
Okay.
Like, I think he's a person who exudes like I'm confident, and I, in reality, don't believe that he is.
Okay. You think he's very energetic?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. He seems like he's on one of those commercials right now with the person carrying around the stick with the face on it.
Yes.
Where the person walks into the room and tells you whether they're happy or sad. He seems like he's been neutered.
He seems like a guy, when things go well, he celebrates it.
Yes.
You've seen that on the sidelines.
Yes.
Then why, answer me this question, why, when he's being asked about snaps under center, and it's worked.
Do you hear the voice go down?
and you hear, well, we do a lot of great things. We do things great out of the gun, and we were under center a lot because we had a big lead. Why did you have a big lead, Nick? Because you finally did the offense the way it may be best for this team.
He sounded disappointed.
Yes. Why?
And I don't think that's unfair. He sounded so muted yesterday.
Right?
Like he was, we're doing it. He hates it when you talk about the under center stuff.
He hates it when other things that he doesn't necessarily believe in works.
Are the reason you win.
I think he hated the Devontae Smith touchdown pass because it was pre-snap motion, play action, shot downfield. He probably hated that play.
No, he didn't.
No, but it's weird, isn't it? Like
it is weird.
He tries to play it off like that is this new offense that we've seen the last 2 weeks.
Like it's his.
And guys, they scored 28 points. I'm not saying guys. Nick, you scored 28 points 2 weeks ago, 37 points this past Sunday. And it almost seems like you're not giving the changes credit.
No, he's not happy
it's
with it.
weird,
it's
isn't
obvious,
it?
It's obvious that he doesn't embrace the way they won.
That's
It's
totally
obvious.
fair.
It's
and I
obvious.
don't know why. You're winning football games, especially Nick, who's Mr. I'm going to celebrate with everybody. Why isn't he celebrating it? Just own it. This is how the offense should move, and it's moved well. So why don't you own it? Did you guys catch that?
Yeah, I did.
It's the weirdest thing to me.
That's all. He sounded like a Zoloft commercial.
All right, coming up next, more about the defense, too. Nick Sirianni talks about some of the youth movement on defense, and maybe that's why some of your expectations may have changed. But I read an article this morning on NBC Sports Philadelphia. The title is a question. Can the Eagles' defense really be this good? We talk about that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Birds
Kincade Salciunas. A busy Tuesday today. Jeff McLane will be joining us coming up at 7:30, normally 8:10, but he's got some stuff he's got to take care of. So he's going to be coming on at 7:30.
Yard work?
No.
No yard work?
I don't know if he wants people to know about his
there might be something secret.
Life business.
We'll ask him. Jeff, what are you doing?
Well, I know what he's doing. I just don't know.
Jeff, what are you doing today? Yard work?
We can ask him, I guess.
Come on.
I don't know.
What's up, buddy?
Jeff comes on at 7:30. Amy Fadul for the entire 9 o'clock
I love
hour,
that.
as she does every single Tuesday. But during the 9 o'clock hour, we will also speak with Dan Orlovski. And Dan Orlovski, as John and I were talking about during the break, has become a very polarizing figure for Eagles fans because he's been very critical of this Eagles offense and Jalen Hurts up until this past week where the Eagles offense played a great game. And I find that very odd that people get so offended when somebody points out a side of the ball that's struggling that was struggling until the last 2 weeks.
It's one of my questions for Dan today. Is the idea, and look, I don't always, even when I sometimes I disagree with Dan, and I'll go back at him and ask him a question or question what he's saying. But what I love about Orlovsky's opinions is that he puts up an opinion and then he shows you
why.
Yeah, and that's where I always sort of people get offended by it, but he literally has shown you what he's saying. You can't argue with what he's saying, but for some reason people are offended by it. I don't understand.
And I the reason why I even texted him was I saw you respond to him on Twitter because he tweets out, so the Eagles under center snaps have changed this offense.
Shocking the last 2 weeks that we've seen it. It's anti-Nick Sirianni. It is. It's an anti-Nick Sirianni tweet because he's the one who doesn't like it or who doesn't value it.
Right.
For whatever reason.
And that's why he may have sounded subdued yesterday, which I really don't get it. We were joking around. And if you missed in the opening segment, Nick Sirianni was basically like, well, we do a lot of good things on offense. When asked about the under center snaps, it's basically as if somebody said, hey, your ratings on Fridays are really good, but it's only because of Andrew DeCecco. And if we start going,
oh, no.
Well, we do other
we do other things on Friday.
We do our pick segment. And
DeCecco's head's going to go through the roof now.
No, but seriously, like that's what he's doing. That's what Sirianni's doing. It's weird. I don't just celebrate.
He sounded so subdued yesterday. Even my wife heard it.
It's weird.
Like, she was like, why is he, like, what's going on with him? Like, why is that? And I'm like, I don't know. They played a clip on the news.
Yeah.
And she said, he doesn't sound like they won. And I was like, wow.
Maybe his energy high went down or
Could
something.
be.
I don't know what it is. All right, I want to play you one more clip from the subdued Nick Sirianni. So our question today that we would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. Are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles expectations? Think back to what you said about this team before the season started and be honest with us and with yourself. It's not a threat, but like sometimes I feel like people lie to us. John thought this team, 12 wins, NFC Championship game appearance, either in Philly or wherever the opponent is. I believed a 12-win team. I said comfortable division win, which that's probably not going to happen, so I have to reset that. But I still believe that this team will win the division. Connor was kind of pretty much the same as mine. What about yours? Because we got a lot of pushback, John, before the season started. Oh, this defense is going to hold them back.
Well, that's where the change for me is coming.
Yeah.
Even though I thought they could get in that 12 range, which is what kept telling you, that's what Vic Fangio tends to average out at, that, when he has some great ones, he has some. But to me, to go from 30th to right now be sitting 7th,
it's unreal.
That is absurd considering how many new faces, how much young talent.
Right.
And it gives me so much promise for the future. I expect the turnovers to go through the roof in the back end.
That'd be nice.
Because I think those things sort of even out. The tip balls and everything that don't go, that you just drop, eventually you start to catch some of them. So my expectations on the defense have definitely changed.
Yeah. So here's Nick Sirianni talking about a little bit of the new look defense with your first two picks in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
When you draft guys, you have high expectations for every guy that you draft. But things kind of play out as camp continues on, and I think these guys have given us confidence in them since the day they've gotten here. Coop had a setback with his injury. As he was able to go, they've given us confidence in him, and so I think that it's not a surprise to us because we see it every day at practice of who these guys are. And so excited about where they are, excited about where they're going. They got to keep working every day. We know we're only as good as our next game, which is the next one coming up against Jacksonville. But excited about their skill set and who they are. I think these guys are ultra competitive. The moment's not too big for them. They're going against one of the best wide receivers in the NFL yesterday, and they didn't blink. Got a lot of respect for who they are and how they work.
So we wanted the youth movement. We got the youth movement, and it's working. So Reuben Frank wrote an article on NBC Sports Philadelphia. The title is a question. Can the Eagles' defense really be this good? Some of the numbers that are in here are just amazing by what the Eagles have done the last couple of weeks. So over the past 3 weeks, John, and again, thank you to Reuben Frank for doing all this, the Eagles are 3-0, and their defense has allowed just 29 points and 643 yards in those 3 games. The 29 points are the fewest the Eagles have allowed in a 3-week span since, believe it or not, Doug Peterson's first 3 games as the Eagles head coach.
Are you kidding me?
They allowed 27 the first 3 weeks of 2016 with wins over the Browns, Bears, and Steelers. The 643 yards allowed over the last 3 games are the second fewest the Eagles have allowed in any 3-game span since 1992.
Okay, that's wild.
In 2017, you remember that year pretty well.
I do. It was a great year.
They gave up 591 yards in wins over the Broncos, Cowboys, and Bears. And get this. This is the only the second time since 2008 the Eagles have allowed only 2 offensive touchdowns in a 3-game span, which they got to the NFC Championship game that year, Johnny. They also did that in a 3-game stretch in 2017, which is one way when they won the World Series, the Super Bowl.
World Championship. Yep.
So a lot of very positive numbers from the
Those
defense
are.
over the last couple of weeks.
Good job on Reuben Frank.
Where we have not seen since a Super Bowl victory and an NFC Championship appearance in 2008.
Okay, I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
I know, me neither.
I understand. But what I will say is that what I'm more excited about is the fact is I think that I'm always excited when I think my team got hits right in the draft.
Yes.
And I'm to the point where I'm starting to say to myself, yeah, I think I can believe what my eyeballs have shown me.
Yeah.
I think I can believe what I'm seeing.
They only have one defensive starter older than 28. It's Darius Slay.
That's wild.
Starter.
And I don't believe Darius Slay will be here next year.
Yeah, probably not.
I don't believe that, there's a chance that Brandon Graham isn't here next year.
Right.
There's a chance that Darius Slay isn't here next year. I believe he won't be. I'm telling you right now, they're going to have one of the youngest defenses in the NFL. And
with a year of experience under their belt.
Right.
Or 2 years or 3
and
years.
Another draft to add to it.
Right.
Then.
Or another, maybe they sign another free agent
you bring in
cornerback.
a veteran, right, exactly.
That's in his late 20s. It's his big payday, right? It's his big payday season.
I'm telling you right now, that's the thing that I most am like, wow, this is pretty amazing.
Yeah, and that's why before the season started, when we were talking about the defense, look, again, full disclosure, we didn't think that they were going to be this good.
None of us did. I wonder if anybody in the audience is going to claim that they did.
Yeah, nobody did. No, if anything, we got pushback for thinking that there was upside. Oh man, it's going to take some time for this defense to be really good, and it did take some time. Especially moving on from Avonte Maddox to Cooper DeJean as your starting slot corner, and look at how much that has impacted the team in a positive way. Quinyon Mitchell, if you remember before the season started, we didn't know he was going to be on the outside. There was a chance that he was going to be the slot corner to start the season.
Is it bad for me to say, though, I still need to see a lot more?
No.
Like, it's still too early for me to just go, okay, everything is fixed. Like, they're still going to – I still expect as a young team, there's going to be the game where we have the clunker game.
The growing pain
what do
game.
you mean, though, see a lot more? Like, you need to see these type of performances more consistently?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because some people could take that as you need to see them play even better than what they play.
No. I need to see Connor. Could I see the way they played Sunday? Could I see them play that way 3 out of 4 games in November?
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I could see them play 3 out of 4 games in November where they play really, really well, and then they have a 30-point game, they give up one of the games.
Right.
I'm not going to lose any sleep if I see so many more opportunities.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not asking them to escalate much. Look, when
There's not much room to escalate.
No, when you hold Joe Burrow to 17 points,
Yeah, you're pretty good.
you've done a damn good job.
But that's the first time they've won the turnover battle in a long time. So let's see that happen, 2 or 3 more times, to your point, before we start crowning them as the greatest defense in Eagles franchise history.
Correct.
But they're trending in the right direction, and there's upside to this defense, whereas last year it was just one-year veterans, and at some point the wheels were going to fall off, and we saw that happening. So, text in, call in, 610-632-0975. Are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles expectations from before the season started to where we are at now through 7 weeks of Eagles data, 8 weeks of NFL data? Your reset button could be positive or negative.
Sure it could.
You could say, yeah, they can't win big picture stuff with this style of offense. If that's what your reset button is, feel free to let us know. We'll get to some of your reaction coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a busy Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
Nick Sirianni's the only head coach.
6:48 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget Jeff McLane coming up at 7:30.
Earlier time this morning.
Yes. All right, I want to get a couple text messages. In about a couple minutes, I want to play something from Nick Sirianni yesterday that the Eagles need a lot of credit for. The team, the players, the individuals need a lot of credit for. But I don't want to make the people wait much longer. Connor, what do we have on the text line? You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Our question, are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles expectations?
All right, Marcus from New Hampshire checks in. New Hampshire, I should say. And
Wow, yeah.
And says, I just tuned in and I heard the comment about Nick. I think something else that's telling is Jalen after the game specifically said Kellen is doing a good job. I think that's a clear sign that Kellen Moore has been given the keys to the offense and Nick is not even in the car anymore.
Somebody pointed this out to me. I missed it. Jalen Herz said in one of his answers during his press conference Sunday, yeah, and we're taking the points. Jake Elliott had 3 field goals.
I love
on
that.
Sunday.
See, I love that. I'm as our man Anthony used to say to me. He goes, "Dude, you're like watching football with Tom Landry." Because I'm like, I'll take the points, especially first half points. I will take first half points all the time. I don't want to chase points late.
Yeah.
How about first quarter points?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I would take
Now
it.
listen, it wasn't in the first quarter, but it was the first drive. It's just because the Bengals ran 10 minutes of clock off their opening drive. But the Eagles did start a drive in the first quarter that resulted in points. It just so happened to be in the second quarter. We are getting close.
Well, how about, though, that from the second quarter on, second, third, and fourth quarter,
Double
the Eagles are the second highest scoring team
in
the NFL. So you look at it that way.
Because you got to score points at some point.
They got to make up for what they haven't done.
All right, what else we got, Connor?
All right, Mo checks in, and he talks about the adjustments that have had to been made throughout the season. And he says it's taken this long for the offense to look this way because of the adjustments that were made for Hertz. Kellen Moore had his ideas upon arriving in Philadelphia, but has finally realized that the offense needs to be simplified for
hold
Hertz.
on a second.
I don't think it was simplified Sunday. I disagree with that.
Wouldn't you say that John, because you are, we joke around that Bill is Billy Sirianni. You're a distant cousin of the Moore family.
The Moores may be related.
You yourself has said the last 2 weeks is the Kellen Moore offense.
The
first
Kellen Moore
5
offense
weeks
is
were
the
not.
last 2 weeks, and it wasn't. The first 5 weeks were not. And I don't believe constantly going in and out of shotgun to under center to all the motion and everything. That's not simplifying an offense by any stretch of the imagination. Is that simplifying things?
Yeah, I think when I say simplify, I just mean getting rid of the explosive play, the shots downfield.
Right. I mean,
find guys underneath, find guys that are open. This is a conversation for Hertz and for Kellen Moore and for the Eagles' organizational philosophy of the obsession. I shouldn't say philosophy,
but it's an obsession. Yes.
Of shot plays. You saw only 2 passes of 20-plus air yards this past Sunday, and that's what I kind of mean by let's bring it down a little bit.
Because, I mean, simplified, I don't believe it's been simplified at all. I think this is actually more complex, and I will say I think it also is putting the ball more at risk than it did previously. Jalen's being asked to make some throws that I think put the ball more at risk. So I don't agree with that.
Why? Because he threw over the middle of the field?
No, I mean, no. But that is where you're putting it in more traffic.
Yeah, no, I know.
There's more bodies. There's more hands.
And you know what? He was great at it.
He was great at it.
And it was allowed. Unbelievable.
Yes, it's amazing.
All right, I want to play this for you. Another clip from Nick Sirianni. This is something that I believe the Eagles, we talk about it every once in a while, but kind of like last week where we talked about the offensive line deserving more credit and Jeff Stoutland deserving more credit. We love the offensive line, so we just expect it to be good.
Right.
Think about what they've dealt with the injuries to Mekhi Becton, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, and they're just cycling in Fred Johnson and Tyler Steen. Jack Driscoll played a snap last week. I want to give the weapons on offense credit because they don't bitch when they don't get the ball. Did you see the Instagram post from Jordan Addison the other day with the Minnesota Vikings? His number is number 3.
Right.
He posted a photo of himself, free number 3.
No, he didn't.
Yo, dude, you play with Justin Jefferson. Of course you're not going to get the ball maybe as much as you would like to. You play with Justin freaking Jefferson.
Wow, that's shocking to me. He would do that.
Devontae Smith plays with A.J. Brown, who's a top 5 receiver in this NFL. Do you
Never
hear Devontae
hear a
Smith?
word.
Nope. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about trying to get the ball around all the weapons.
You don't know as the week leads up, and so everyone's preparing the way they are. But then I think it takes great selflessness. Being a team is fighting for each other, is celebrating together, being selfless, and understanding that sometimes it's not going to be your turn that week, and all that matters is that we win. Like, I think what Devontae, talking about Devontae, like, he changed the game other ways last week against the Giants. It just wasn't when he was catching the football, and then he's able to come out and change the game, with the ball in his hands this week.
It's great too with Devontae Smith.
What's that?
Is that by the time this thing is all over, by the way, there were people within the NFLPA, and I remember having this conversation with Jay Feely back in the day. There were people in the NFLPA that were pissed that Devontae signed that deal.
Yeah.
Because it was like, look, one guy on your team's getting the big payday. One of you guys has to hold out for the monster payday and up the price.
And Devontae goes, why should I hold out? I want to win.
I'm good and I love it.
By the way,
I'm selfless.
I love this quote from Jordan Addison yesterday. People just try to make something out of anything.
Oh, yeah.
It ain't nothing. Yeah, you posting free 3 when you've had a worse statistical season compared to last year is reading too much into something.
Yeah, you're making too much out of it.
I love that. Oh, you're taking me out of context. All right, coming up next, we reset the entire show. So we hear more from you at 610-632-0975. And at 7:10, we are going to attempt something crazy, John.
What are we going to do?
We are going to attempt to discuss how Jalen Herz was not good at one point this season and has been very good in recent weeks.
That's outlandish.
But it's also the attempt to say that he doesn't suck overall and that he's not the best quarterback overall. We're going to attempt something crazy in about 15 minutes. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Salciunas 97.5, the Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. Jeff McLane joins us coming up at 7:30. Normally 8:10, but today's 7:30. He's got some stuff he's got to take care of.
One of my Twitter followers suggests he is feeding the homeless this morning.
Oh, is that right? Well, that's very nice
That's
of
what
Jeff
he thinks
McLane.
he's doing. He thought that was an interesting conversation. He goes, what would Jeff be doing?
It's really not that big of a deal.
I don't know.
If he
It's
wants
just
his personal
interesting.
business out there.
I like it.
But Jeff joins
I like
us
the
coming
feeding
up
the
at
homeless
7:30.
angle.
Yes, let's just keep on going
You
with
bump
that.
into Jeff on the street, he's there. He's giving out coats.
Yeah, and he did that
To the
after
homeless.
he rescued the cats and dogs from
Exactly.
the burning building the other day. Jeff McLane is Superman, and people just don't want
I
to
didn't
admit
realize
it.
Jeff was a Grateful Dead guy.
Oh, yeah, man.
No, I didn't realize that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
I've learned that about Jeff.
He's a
I
big
said-
music guy, period.
I did
Jeff
not
McLane
realize
is,
that.
Yeah. Coming up at 7:10, as I teased going into the break, we are going to attempt the impossible.
What is that?
I said something crazy. I think this is actually the impossible. And that is trying to point out that Jalen Herz did not play well, has since played well. He's not the best quarterback in the league. He's not the worst quarterback in the league.
Okay, I think you're trying to
And
just
we're-
stir up trouble. I mean, it's amazing that in this town,
Yeah.
that in this city, that would be controversial to some.
Yeah, it really is.
And it
I
is.
Don't get it. And again, we have Dan Orlovski joining us coming up at 9:30 today. There might be pitchforks and torches outside of the studio at 9:30 when we speak with him, because there are people that don't like the fact that he points out, yeah, he's not playing all that great.
You mean he gives you the video evidence and he actually backs up his opinion? See, we run our mouths all week long.
Yeah.
And there's no video evidence running on like the YouTube channel to say, okay, here's what John's talking about here. This guy does that.
Yeah, he
and
does.
people still take issue with it.
Well, he'll join us at 9:30, and we'll try to do the impossible at 7:10. But here's what we're talking about today. Our main topic: are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles' expectations? What you believed before the season started, and now that you have 7 weeks of Eagles data, 8 weeks of NFL data, are you hitting a reset button, or are your expectations still the same? Which me, John, Connor, we all had 12 wins, which is weird. We also all believed winning the division. I just thought they would win it comfortably. You went as far as saying NFC Championship game appearance, John.
Right. Which I still think there's a chance you guys will be on site. It depends. It depends. But just don't plan any getaways to like New York.
Yeah,
Like
that's
with your
fair.
bride.
So
that weekend.
Where are you at with this? 610-632-0975. And I'm very curious to hear from the people, because we, in the topsy-turvy land that was this training camp, these OTAs, we were D-bags for pointing out the coach and quarterback need to have a better relationship.
Oh, yeah.
However, we were crazy to say that they were going to be a good football team when everything happened last year in that collapse and the defense was going to suck when we said the defense would be better than last year. We were the beacons of light, and people tried smashing it. The bat light, the bat signal, people tried hitting it with the axe.
Let's be honest. We can be very annoying. But I can.
Yes, you are.
But in this one, we were right. We're right.
Let's pat ourselves on the ass
On that
here.
one. But no, we can be very annoying, though, so maybe we were just annoying the people that day.
So, Connor, what do we have on the text line?
So we just got this text in. I was just looking at it now. But this texter brings up, why has no one related the offensive resurgence to the return of our full wide receiver complement?
Well, I mean, there's part of that,
Yeah,
but the
there's
thing
part
is
of
the offense changed. The offense changed.
A.J. Brown didn't say, hey, run the ball more.
And they didn't go exactly. A.J. Brown's not that. And also, too, A.J. Brown didn't say put Jalen under center more.
Yeah.
Let's diversify this offense.
Well,
the big
he didn't say that, but does A.J. Brown's presence make the offensive coaching staff more comfortable that they can try things? Because they
doesn't-
know if they need to get a big play, they've got 11.
I would think you'd have A.J. Brown on the field. You'd be more likely to want to operate out of shotgun.
Well, yes, right. Like
so
if you're
is
thinking,
contrary to that point of view.
if you're thinking to run the offense through A.J. Brown. But if you're Kellen Moore and Nick Sirianni, I can understand a situation. Like we talked about this with the Tampa game, how they got down because they didn't believe they had the ability to come back. Like I think they feel more comfortable opening the playbook up because they're like, if this doesn't work and we find ourselves behind the 8 ball, we got a much better chance of coming back with A.J. Brown out there.
But my problem to that point, and again, it's funny, I was going to use the Tampa Bay game as the example.
I already used it.
You were missing A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Lane Johnson.
And what did you do?
You tried doing the same thing as if you had those guys. Like,
You didn't adjust.
You tried doing the same thing when you went from A.J. Brown to Jahan Dotson. You went from Devontae Smith. Did John Ross play that game? I know Johnny Wilson played that game.
Johnny Wilson played.
Like, you tried doing the same thing respectfully with far less.
You acted as if A.J. Brown was on the field.
Yeah.
Like, they do that. In fact, I would think A.J. Brown being back would mean you would think by what we've seen with the Eagles in his tenure that you would see less of Jalen Hurts under center. You're seeing more. By the way, you know who loves it again? And it was pointed out, they did a great job on NFL Live with it. You know who loves Jalen Hurts being under center? Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
It makes Saquon Barkley a bigger weapon. Why it took long for them to figure that out, I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't figure it out.
Well,
Ego,
it's their organizational philosophy or beliefs, and they're starting to change that a little bit.
Yep.
All right, what else we got?
John V brings up a great point here in this text. He says, it feels good to see a team in our city get better, learn, grow, and develop. With the recent Phillies and Eagles and Sixers starting so strong and ending with such disappointment, this feels like a breath of fresh air.
I love that point of view.
Great point. John V. Great point.
John V with the win. I look at that and I say that is the truth because the Phillies are what they are. And they can, when they're playing their best, they're great. They're great. They're fun. They're entertaining. They're bashing the ball. But when they're not, they're awful.
Well, and if you think about it,
it's
dude,
awful.
Let's just go forget things happening on the field. We were in a bad rut like 2 weeks ago. The Phillies had just got eliminated for those reasons. The Eagles we didn't know what this team was.
No.
There was Joel Embiid concerns.
And Paul George.
And Paul George. And they both end up missing the first 3 games of the season. The Flyers were the only kind of like, hey, they can lose, but we're excited for them, right? Like, the only team we were excited about was the team that wasn't going to win many games.
I was celebrating this morning with Haley that the San Jose Sharks won last night. The Blackhawks won last night. I'm going, man, the Flyers have the second worst record in the NHL. I'm just dreaming of the draft.
Another high draft
next
pick,
year.
Yeah, exactly. All right, give us one more text, and then we will attempt the impossible.
All right, Dusty from Cherry Hill says, Nick is subdued and is sounding that way in press conferences because it was his offense until 2 weeks ago. It's now Kellen Moore's, and Nick is sulking.
All right, let's play that clip again in case somebody's going, what do you mean by he sounded subdued? And this isn't me just trying to find a way to bash Nick Sirianni.
You're not bashing him by saying
I'm legitimately wondering why this is his tone. Nick Sirianni was asked about the offense being more under center the last 2 weeks, in which the last 2 weeks they have put together their best offensive performances. I know they put up a decent amount of points in week 1 against the Packers, but Jalen Hurts did throw 2 interceptions. They had the fumble. Again, I don't know. Was it once again 0 turnover-worthy plays?
Yeah.
So 3 straight weeks.
No. There was one turnover-worthy play.
All right, so in 3 weeks.
It was that pass to Gainwell that would have been picked for a pick 6.
That's right. Okay, you're right. So 1 turnover-worthy play over the last 3 weeks, 0 turnovers, of course, for the Eagles' offense over the last 3 weeks.
I think that's where Seth Joyner said, I'm done with Jalen Hurts.
I did see that.
And then he was back on the bandwagon the next quarter.
Live tweeting in games is always a dangerous thing to do.
Oh, I saw a lot of that on Sunday.
Know you did.
Man,
Especially about the defense in the first drive. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about the offense under the center the last couple of weeks.
You know, a little bit of that is, just the way the game is played out and, different situations that happen in the game. I think we've had some big leads here the last couple of weeks that probably make that number balloon even more. But it's good to just be multiple and some different things, but still do what you do well. And I think, we've had a lot of success being in the gun, and also can have some success here under center. Different personnel groupings give you some different under center opportunities as well. And so I think it's a little bit of everything.
He hates that. He hates being questioned about it because you know why? He knows the person asking the question is trying to make the point. That's what Kellen Moore likes to do,
Correct.
and that's what you have
I think
always.
you're onto
You have
something.
always rejected doing this.
It's like the pre-snap motion last year.
and you don't like what you. So someone else is going to get the credit because when the question's asked, you know that's what they're trying to point.
Right, of course.
This is what Kellen Moore's offense looks like. It doesn't look like yours.
I think you guys are absolutely right in that evaluation. But I'm going to call out our guy Dusty, whose text was just read, for being a little unfair, for saying it was Nick's offense until 2 weeks ago, and now it's Kellen's offense. Like, making it as black and white as they look good offensively.
It's not that black and white.
Like, that's not fair.
I'm going to tell you why I disagree. And you weren't here for this yesterday, Connor. But yesterday was the 2-week anniversary of the 7 a.m. You're called to the principal's office meeting
That's true.
Right.
between Jeffrey Lurie and his head coach. After that Cleveland debacle, after the stupid press conference, after the meltdown on the sidelines of I believe he was taken to the woodshed, and I do believe that everything changed from that point.
No, I believe there have been changes. I don't think that's crazy.
But I think it coincided with Meltdown Boy on the sidelines embarrassing the organization. And at that point, the owner maybe goes, you know what? I want more adults in charge here.
I completely agree with you. All I'm saying is making it Nick's offense when it looks bad and Kellen Moore's offense when it looks good
I get what you're
is
saying.
too
Yeah.
blatantly anti-Sirianni.
See, now, the thing is, I disagree, having studied everything about Kellen Moore's offense, and we talked about it on this show all summer. The last 2 weeks is the offense I expected to see week one. I expected to see under center Jalen Hurts. I remember the first mini camps when I came in here and I got killed by people on email and tweeting going, oh my gosh, John's excited because he was under center in mini camp. Like, this is a big deal.
You needed a cigarette.
It was a big deal to me. It was a big deal because I was like, okay, they brought in an adult who understands NFL offenses, who's had great success. So I believe I do believe it's part of it.
Yeah, but that opens up to, like, if they go out and they put up 14 on the Jaguars, is everyone going to say, oh, it's Nick's offense again?
Right.
Well,
Like, that's what it opens up
I'm going to say it is no. I'm going to say if it looks like the last 2 weeks, it's Kellen Moore's offense. It's Kellen Moore's. If it looks like the last 2 weeks, constant movement between under center, shotgun, 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 under center, shotgun, shotgun, and it's constantly manipulation and all the pre-snap motion, that is Kellen Moore's offense. And if they go out and put 14 against the Jags, there's no backtracking on that. No backtracking.
See, this is funny because John was a guy ahead of the season that gave us grief, Andrew, for the Nick Sirianni's not going to get credit at any point
and
for
I do
the
believe
good stuff.
I do believe it.
And now we're here.
Well, because what we saw was Nick Sirianni's offense to start the year. And it was failing again, just like in 21.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing Kellen Moore's offense, finally.
It's been a good couple of weeks.
It's been a good
It
couple
has
weeks.
been.
Now, wait a
It has
minute.
been.
Let's see if that continues, too.
Yeah, let's
It's
see.
not, let 2 games don't crown him. Isn't that what Coach said back in the day?
Yes.
Crown him if you want to.
Now,
God rest your soul, Denny Green.
it's been a great 2 weeks for Jalen Hurts as well. So let's try to attempt to do the impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try to find common ground. That Jalen Hurts played poorly early on, has since played very well. Jalen Hurts is not the best quarterback in the NFL. He also doesn't suck, and he's not the worst quarterback in the NFL.
You're being very controversial.
I know. This is a scary thing
This
to
is
do.
shocking because there will be people who are offended.
So I read an article on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Again, Reuben Frank, he's getting a lot of play on the show today. The Eagles have been waiting a long time for this Jalen Hurts to show up, is the title of the
Did he
article.
write that?
Yeah.
He's going to get crushed for it.
In 3 wins since the bye week, Hurts has completed 71% of his passes for 614 yards with 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, a 127.4 passer rating, and 5 rushing touchdowns. Before the bye week, Hurts only had 5 games in his career with a passer rating of 127 or higher.
Wow.
Now he's averaged it over a 3-game span.
Since the bye week.
Yep, since the bye week. He joins Randall Cunningham in 1992 and Carson Wentz in 2018 as the third Eagles quarterback with a passer rating of at least 115 in 3 straight games. Hurts' passer rating for the season is up to 98.6, which is 9th highest in the league, and his 69% completion percentage is 6th highest. He's only the second quarterback in NFL history to rush for at least 4 touchdowns, pass for at least 4 touchdowns, and complete 70% of his passes without an interception over a 3-game span. Lamar Jackson did that last year.
6th in the league in completion percentage? That's huge.
Yeah, it's great.
That's huge. No, that's huge.
So So this is what I'm trying to get at. Jalen Hurts had a rough start to the season.
Right.
The first 4 weeks
No, it was rough.
were not good for Jalen Hurts.
He was a turnover machine.
And if you pointed that out, you were a hater. Jalen Hurts has played very well. Great the last 3 weeks. And now all of a sudden it's, you back on his bandwagon? No, I'm just pointing out the fact that he's played very well over the last 3 weeks. I never jumped off. He's a top 10 quarterback. I've been saying it even when things were bad. I was waiting for this offense to finally find life, and they have.
And you know what you're doing by pointing out those numbers by Reuben Frank? If you wanted to be someone who was anti-Hurts, you wouldn't dig those numbers up to share with the audience.
Correct.
You'd avoid that piece, and you would find something else that says, hey, or you'd come on and you'd do a show on, can Hurts sustain this?
Right, exactly.
Is this the Hurts we're going to see the rest of the year? And sort of downplay it. I think the big key is you bring the same energy. The same energy with critique, same energy with applause.
Yeah.
And yesterday morning, Connor, when you weren't here, we were celebrating. Not because you weren't here.
Oh, yeah, no. Well,
partially.
maybe a little bit.
But I mean, we were celebrating. It was a celebratory Monday because nothing's better
No.
than a Monday that when you see your quarterback balling out like that.
And he
There's
balled out.
And the team wins a big road game like that. That's huge.
I'm trying to figure out the psyche here.
I don't know what it is.
Because I also flip side. I was listening to the best show ever yesterday.
Okay.
As you always should.
Love the best show ever.
And I heard a caller be like, man, all I did was hand the football off. You guys are talking.
Come on.
And there's still people that don't give him credit when credit is due. But then there's also the people that go overboard defending him when he's the leader in turnovers through the first 4 weeks of the season. Since that point, he is not a leader in turnovers in the NFL because he has gotten his act together and he has figured out this offense more. Why can't we find a middle ground with Jalen Hurts? That's the weirdest thing to me.
Both statements are true. What you said is both statements are true.
Yeah. The reason we can't find a middle ground is because he plays quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I guess that's
that
all it is.
That position doesn't have, unless you have a Mahomes, and it would literally have to be a Mahomes or
Exactly.
a Brady, because we had McNabb take you to 4 straight NFC championship
Yeah,
games.
he still wasn't good enough.
And there
Oh,
were
he
people
was
who hated the guy.
ridiculed.
If you play quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, people will not be able to find a middle ground for you, and that is reality.
But it's changed today, though, Connor, and the big thing, too, and it's a new age Philadelphia fan thing where the quarterback can't be criticized. It's unbelievable. And as I say, I use the same reference all the time, but Donovan McNabb, Ron Jaworski, Carson Wentz, driving around in a car, and they're going, wait a minute.
What are
That's
they saying
not the
about me?
fanatic. Wait a minute. That can't be. People aren't ridiculed. Wait a minute. They're not allowed to ridicule the quarterback? Ron Jaworski got ridiculed at the Acme.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I remember my dad who would go from loving Jaws to he was a buffoon. The whole Polish rifle. Oh, the Polish rifle. It's like a pop gun today. And it would go from it was venom towards Jaworski. And then when he balled out, when they went to the Super Bowl, you would think he was the key to the city guy.
Right.
It's unbelievable. How Jalen Hurts gets treated with kid gloves.
And it's
just
amazing.
the way that it is.
So I have just Jalen Hurts' not QBR, the passer rating.
Okay. Which one do you like, by the way? I can't understand either one of them, by the way. So I'm just telling you, I give up.
So I'm just using this for context here to kind of go back to this conversation of we need to be able to find a middle ground when it comes to discussing Jalen Hurts. If he has a bad game, point it out. If he has a great game, celebrate it, which there's still people that have problems with celebrating his great games.
Sure.
His rating against the Packers was 80.3. Falcons, 88.6. Saints, 88.8. Bucks, 85.1. Not great. Not the worst.
Not terrible. But
Not the worst, but not great.
not with the weapons that he has. Not the best, but A.J. Brown was out.
The
And Devontae.
The last 3 weeks. 126.1, 119.3, and this past Sunday, 132.5.
That's exceptional work.
So he's been tremendous the last 3 weeks and was not tremendous the first 4 weeks.
And nothing is incorrect about that.
Why do we have such an issue with that?
Well, remember last
don't get
week, Connor, when you were out on Friday, a guy said, yeah, you don't hear this kind of critique of Trey Turner and Bryce Harper.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm like, so
bro.
now we're making it a racial thing?
Yeah, we got that on.
I said, and by the way, you obviously didn't listen to me
Yeah.
Listen to me.
I've heard the word butcher used on the show a million times
Yeah,
about
there
Trey
are quite a
Turner.
bit.
All right, coming up next.
Edward Scissorhands at shortstop.
Coming up next, we talk to Jeff McLane, who's busy saving kittens and cats from a burning fire.
And listening to the dead while he does it.
Yeah, the rumors are flowing as to why Jeff McLane isn't coming on at 8:10. He's coming on at 7:30. So coming up next, we talk to Jeff about the Eagles' win over the Bengals and the impressive turnaround for Jalen Hurts. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It is 7:30 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a Tuesday morning. We'll be joined momentarily by our man, Jeff McLane. Normally joins us at 8:10.
He's not usually feeding the homeless on Thursdays. I mean, on Tuesdays like he is today.
But that's why we had to change the time, because it's feeding the homeless and saving cats and dogs from burning buildings.
I think giving out jackets, too.
So I'm glad that he gave us at least 10 minutes today. So let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com, the great Jeff McLane joins us. Jeff, I didn't tell people why we had to move your time up, so we're just telling people that you're saving everybody.
I was thinking
Superman.
Giving out jackets to the homeless.
No, I'm having my teeth saved, hopefully, so I got a dentist appointment.
Well,
I didn't want to tell anyone. I was like, do I tell people that you're going to the dentist? Like, I don't know.
Nothing fancy.
Nothing fancy.
Jeff, great win for the Eagles, and you saw it on both sides of the ball. Would love for you to just start off your analysis from the game on Sunday when the Eagles probably played their best full game of the season all year.
Yeah, I think it's clear that they played their best game. There were some leaky moments on the defensive side of the ball, especially early on, but really came through in the second half and had essentially 3 turnovers with the fourth down stop, and in the Bengals' own territory, and the offense was clicking. I mean, it was a little bit of reminiscent of the 2022 season when you saw Jalen Hurts being able to consistently do it on the ground and in the air. He had some moments last year, and certainly I think at the Buffalo game, I'm sure you guys talked about that being pretty much the last great game that you could say Jalen had. But it was important for this team that he came out and played well, especially after last week's game, and really the way he's played through the first 6 games.
Jeff, do you think that the bye week has anything directly to do with the way this team's defense is turned around? And conversely, is it after the bye week or is it after the A.J. Brown return for the offensive side?
Well, defensively, I think, yes, I think it is. I mean, some of the stuff was changing before that, but, if you look at it, you step back, Cooper DeJean moving into the slot was a significant change that came out of the bye, and we've seen him perform better than Avonte Maddox. Having Nolan Smith out there more in the 5-man front, cutting into Jordan Davis's pass rush attempts, a little more of Milton Williams, a little more Moro Ajomo. Bryce Huff, again, not there as much on rundowns. These are little significant changes that they've made, but you total them all up, and it's you could look at that being a reason, significant. Those being significant reasons why the defense has been sharper these last 3 weeks. Especially, this. Look, I mean, those Giants and Browns offenses weren't great, but Joe Burrow is obviously top-notch quarterback, and Jamar Chase is top-notch receiver, and they got Joe, turn the ball over once, and Chase they pretty much held to 5.6 something yards per catch. So that's a good job on the defensive side. And then offensively, AJ coming back was huge. Devontae, you missed him for one game. Lane Johnson for one game. That's been part of it. But if you look at these last two games in particular, I think if you looked at the Browns game, it was a little bit there too. They did really try and get Saquon Barkley going on the ground, but you're starting to see them just not get away from Barkley. Run it early. Try and have the balance early on. This past game, again, significantly under center, much more. I think it was 32%, 33% of the time heading into the game. It was only 20% of the time. More play action. It was more play action 32% of the time. It was only 20% heading into the game. Definitely more under center of this game than they have previously been. And that, in some ways, you're kind of running a little more to set the pass. And as a result, you're just not putting as much on Jalen Hurts' shoulders.
So why the change? I mean, because it seemed like the offense was but it seemed like they were resistant to this. Like, Jeff, I'll pat myself on the back. I've been calling for this. I've been wanting this, and now I'm starting to see it. And every once in a while, the radio lunatic gets one right. And I still hear Nick Sirianni in his latest press conference yesterday being asked about under center and playing more under center. He's like, oh, well, we do other great things too. Like, yeah, nobody's saying that you don't, but we were pointing out the fact that you almost resisted to do this stuff, and now that you're doing it, it seems to work.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's right to some extent, and there were things that were holding them back from doing some of this stuff. I mean, like these last 2 weeks, they've gotten ahead in games, and, that's why you'll see more run than you'll see pass, right? They're putting away the game in the 4-minute offense. So that plays a little bit into it. And then, of course, when the defense is struggling, it affects the offense, and they can't do as much as they want to do. The slow starts have certainly been a part of it as well. It's tough to kind of get into a rhythm and do some of the things that you want to do or you know that you're capable of doing, or dipping into that playbook. I think it was Devontae Smith on the touchdown pass. He had said that that's a play that's been in the playbook for a while, for the game plan for a while, and they just haven't been able to get to it. And there it is. Bam. Play action. It was in the shotgun, but it was play action because they faked basically an RPO. And they got the safety to bite on Grant Calcaterra. They were thinking pop pass over the middle on the run pass option, and that opened up Devontae down the field for the touchdown. So it's been some of that. I think if you take a step back, we saw this in 2021, right? They came in, they wanted to implement this offense that they were that they told Jeffrey Lurie, or Nick Sirianni had told Jeffrey Lurie, this is my offense. We're going to bring it in. We're going to run it. And I think with Kellen Moore, it's kind of the same thing. And we've seen both those offenses being a little more historically pass-oriented offenses, which, obviously in this league, you need to kind of slant in that direction if you want to have a chance to win a championship. Now, these are very simplistic ways of looking at it, but I think what they're doing now is what they did in 2021. They're saying, okay, we gotta play to the strengths. We gotta play to Saquon. In 2021, we gotta play to Jalen Hurts' ability to be a +1 factor in the run game, and that's fine. And we'll see if they can do that. And it seems like it's helping Jalen because he's not dropping back and having to pass as much. Now, credit to him on his end. He hasn't been turning over the ball as much,
right?
And he's been more accurate this last week. So this stuff is sometimes gradual. We'll see how it plays out over the next several weeks. But right now, this is what they had to do to win.
Jeff, the offensive line, and you've chronicled it in writing and also on your podcast about this great offensive line and how much it means to what they do. What do you think about this offensive line depth-wise in comparison to the others you've previously seen? And do you believe this team is sort of missing or not missing any input from Jason Kelce?
Well, in terms of the O-line, I mean, it's hard to top what they did in 2017 when Holly Vaitai came in for Jason Peters, and they still won a Super Bowl. But, it goes. There's been one kind of common denominator in all this. I know Lane's been on the team throughout, but it's Jeff Stoutland. And, he's obviously done a phenomenal job with Fred Johnson. Tyler Steen went in there. He had some leaky moments and had some kind of bad penalties, specifically the one personal foul. But, he kind of held up as well. And, that's what you need out of your backups, especially when you have guys as good as Landon Dickerson, Lane Johnson, and Cam Jurgens, still in there. But it's Stoutland who keeps it together, who's able to, keep all these backups playing at a level where, it doesn't drop as much. And, Fred Johnson did a very good job against Trey Hendrickson. He did need a lot of help on that touchdown pass. I think he did get Kenny Gainwell to chip a little bit, but for the most part, you saw him hold up against a really dangerous guy on the edge there. And they did a couple other things, I said, in the run game to assist him. But Stoutland's the common denominator. Kelsey, there are ways that they've missed him. There's no doubt about that. That's a Hall of Fame player. But Cam has done a nice job. He's held up, and I think he'll only continue to get better.
Jeff, any injury updates? Darius Slay, what could happen moving forward? And do we get Dallas Goedert back this weekend?
Well, on Goddard, I was originally told it was going to be a couple games, so my guess is there's a chance he'll be back this Sunday. Lot's going to depend upon how this week goes in practice. I think I think Darius Slay said on his podcast that he's going to have an MRI on his groin.
That doesn't sound good.
No.
That could be a little tricky. But Isaiah Rodgers came in there, made a huge play.
Yeah.
We thought through parts of training camp that he may end up, starting the season on the outside with Quinyon Mitchell in the slot. Mitchell eventually won that spot on the outside, but Isaiah, he's a pretty good outside cornerback to have on your team.
Absolutely, Jeff. Listen, man, we appreciate the time. Go get your teeth cleaned or whatever it is that you're doing.
Always take the free toothbrush and the free Listerine.
Yes.
I think they just give it to you. There's no.
Yeah, just make sure you take it.
Make sure you take it. Don't leave it for the next person. All right, Jeff? Take care of yourself. Thanks as always, man.
Talk to you.
There he is, Jeff McLane on the Comcast Business Hotline.
He's like, they're idiots.
Let me just go to my dentist appointment, all right?
Jeff's like, could I just go to the frickin' dentist? Leave me alone. You too.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know. Was that?
I'm just looking out for his dental health.
Was that something weird? I didn't want to tell people that he was going to the dentist. I don't know.
I love going to the dentist. I love getting my teeth cleaned.
The one. All right.
I love it.
Coming up next, we hear from you. We reset today's show a little bit. And don't forget, at 9:30 today, Dan Orlovski will join the show. A polarizing figure. Yeah.
He hates Jalen Hurts.
We can't wait to talk to him. And Amy Fadul for the entire 9 o'clock hour.
She loves Jalen Hurts. She loves the Eagles.
It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Andrew DiCecco.
It was a 14.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles' expectations from what you believed coming into the season to what you've seen through 7 games? And it's amazing. John and I and Connor, I believe we all had them at 5-2 at this point.
But different ways.
Different ways. I had Packers and Bengals losses. They got obliterated by the Bucs.
Right. I thought they'd win one of those back-to-back road games in Tampa or New Orleans. And I thought Tampa was going to be the one they'd win. Like, I thought they're going to – I didn't expect –
because of pride.
I didn't expect Lane Johnson to be out. I didn't expect A.J. and Devontae, and everything.
Part of it.
But I thought they were going to kick backside that day when I looked at it in the beginning of the season, which is why you don't play the win-loss game. But that's all right.
All right, let's go back to the phones, and we'll check out our text line as well. Don't forget, 8 o'clock, or 8:05, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas, who is back in the saddle today.
He is.
And we're going to get into something interesting at 8:10 about the historic record that the Eagles are putting together right now. There's your teaser. Let's go to Joe in West Philly. Joe, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up,
Hi,
Joe?
Just listening to what you guys are saying about the Eagles' record. You know what I mean? Already, you know, is a badge of honor for Jalen Hurts to me. You know what I mean? We all realize, they got him at 5-2. No matter, he's the game manager. He's fumbling everything and all that things like that. But at this point, he's still a 5-2 because you guys know he's a winner. You know what I mean?
He is a winner.
But I'll say this: the whole, despite his turnovers, look, those turnovers needed to be cleaned up. And Joe, to his credit, they have been cleaned up.
Been, so
and that's why you
it.
have seen the best offensive performances of the year in the last 3 games.
Yes, and A.J., Devontae, they missed games, you know what I mean? Goddard is still out, and he's still able to perform. The
Absolutely.
He's not a game manager for the simple fact that he showed that he's an arm talent, you know what I mean? And he's a run talent. He's not back there just trying to take off, and, he can get the ball downfield. I think that's why
again, this is when people have – and there's no one definition for game manager.
I don't think game manager's a negative.
No, I don't either. And I will say he played like a game manager on Sunday against the Bengals, and I don't mean that as a slight. He threw it to the correct spots, right? He didn't throw 50-50 balls. He threw it to the correct spot every time. The play designs were great.
He wasn't trying
to do off well.
He wasn't trying to do too much, which is another thing.
Yeah, that was the game plan.
Yeah, but the game plan isn't for him to be trying to do too much when he did forcing balls and everything like that before.
But our thing is that he really has the ability. If he has to win a game,
of course he has ability.
Of course he does.
And that's why we have never left the opinion that he's a top 10 quarterback. And thanks for the call, Joe.
We were at 7. Our vote was 7.5.
Yeah,
because I think we were 7 and 8, like in the preseason when we were talking about it. Well, when those quarterback rankings come out, and what's the stupid Jack Sparrow on Fox?
Nick Wright.
Nick Wright. I mean, he's like, all he needs is the pirate head. And to me, Jalen Hurts, do we even know he's a top 20 quarterback?
Yeah,
we do. We do know.
Like that was dumb.
Yeah, we do know.
And that's why earlier this hour, when we tried doing the impossible, bridging the gap between the people that think less of him and the people that think he's the best quarterback of all time, he's in the middle.
He's in the middle right now. But
he's a top 10 quarterback that needed to work on things that he has since gotten better at.
I think he's closer to the good side, though, than the bad side.
Yes, I agree.
And he proves that when he plays within himself. He really is. And he doesn't, by the way, freelance. He's a tremendous quarterback.
Now, real quick, I just kind of thought about this.
What's that?
It hit me. How many points did you need to see over that 4-week stretch? Was it 125?
Oh, yeah, the 125.
37 and 28.
No, it came closer, but I needed them to average 30 over the last 3 weeks, and it didn't happen.
Well, you said end the Jags game.
Yeah, was the Jags game, too? I got one more. I do, yeah. It's a little closer. How much am I at?
65. You're at 85? So you need 40 points.
I need a 40-point effort against the Jags. By the way, that's not outlandish. That's not crazy outlandish.
I swear, if you backdoor this, and that's going to be incredible.
Well, because the 37 helped them out, because he said average 30, and you got 37 in this last game, dude.
That would be the second most amazing thing that I did on Twitter this week. The other one was saving the host of the best show ever, because I'm used to driving around town today. I got to go down to the Union League tonight. Yes. I'm going to be listening to best show ever in the car, saving Tyrone from jumping off that bridge on Sunday afternoon. I'm glad I saved him. And Dylan McTrollan was right next to him. They were both first drive. They were jumping off the bridge. We were going to have to. I don't know what they were going to do. I mean, Silvana, could she rein in Ricky for 4 hours? I don't know. That was the biggest public service that I did, was saving the best show ever.
You're a good man, Johnny.
And I'm proud of it.
You're a good man.
Selfless.
Let's go to Tyree in the Northeast. What's up, T?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How you doing, man?
What's up, buddy?
I just wanted to basically say, when you're right, you can't be the quarterback in Philadelphia and they give you grace. But I also, like, when it comes to Jalen Hurts, and he's been here for a while. He's been under a couple of different offensive coordinators. Like, there's going to be change. Like, the beginning of the season, I really didn't think him and Kellen Moore were a good fit together. I didn't like the play calling. But, being in Philadelphia, you're going to get the brunt of it. Donovan McNabb got the brunt of it.
Of course.
Well, you know what, too? It's weird you use the word grace. I love that you use that word. I do not believe that Jalen Hurts is a guy who afforded grace to many people around him. And to me, I'm glad to see the way he's been. Like, he's been praiseworthy of other people more than he's been doing. He's always been that way with Devontae and AJ and everything. But for his coaches, I'm glad to see it because I think that's growth.
Yeah, and I always when I say that, like, even with using Josh Allen, like when Dabo left, there was a regression with Josh Allen. You know what I'm saying? He still balls at a high level, but there was still, like, he started turning the ball over a lot more.
Yeah.
He leads football, and people talk about Josh Allen and 100 touchdowns and 105 touchdowns or whatever, but they don't talk about the 100 turnovers.
Oh no, they talk. Trust me, at least we do.
No, what Josh Allen gets
we talk about the turnovers.
What Josh Allen gets is he can't win come playoff time.
Right.
He can't get that monkey off his back. He's going to be there until it happens.
Yeah, him and Lamar Jackson got that problem because that guy playoff P is over there.
Well, exactly. They got to go up against Patrick Mahomes. Thanks for the call, Tyree. We appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's a tough spot for them. Hopefully, our playoff P is
yeah.
Good. That's Paul George.
By the way, I was glad to see. Looks like Paul George. The reports he'll play tomorrow night. Is there one more report we're waiting for?
Yeah, I think Embiid plays. Again, I think.
Well, you get this. You thought he'd play in the opener, though. We all thought he.
Yeah, and then
right?
once they announced he's going to miss the first week, and then they announced that Paul George would also miss some games. I got to the
find it strange that we haven't heard that Embiid's coming back?
Yeah, because they told you first week.
Well, no, but first 3 games is what they told you.
It's like
why have we not heard that he's playing tomorrow night?
We'll
find out tomorrow.
It's like Nick Sirianni. They never had to announce that he wasn't getting fired.
No, they said he's coming
contract.
back. Yeah, keep
so
telling
they said
yourself
Embiid will miss the first week. They don't have to announce anything differently.
The Embiid truthers are very, very loud.
Coming up next, we reset the show. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas, and the Eagles are defying history.
What?
They are not the first team to go 7 weeks without a first quarter point. But what they're doing despite it is historic. And you'll find out why next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles are trending forward. I'm Connor Thomas.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Coming up at 8:10. History is being made in the NFL by your Philadelphia Eagles. At least it's historic what the Philadelphia Eagles are doing despite not scoring a single point in the first quarter through 7 games this season. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. But what we're talking about so far today, this has been our main topic. And it's whether or not you've hit the reset button on your Eagles' expectations. Admit to us what you believed before the season and how they've played so far. Has it been different than what you expected?
What are you expecting from people? Because when you pose this,
dishonesty.
When you pose this, I had a feeling that people were going to end up exactly where all three of us are. We're all exactly where we thought they'd be, but the path that they took makes no sense.
I don't know, John. We were getting attacked this offseason.
No, I got you.
Attacked. That we were crazy to assume that they were going to play better than they did last year. We were crazy, by the way, to point out that the head coach and quarterback needed to get their stuff together, and they have. Post-bye week, that's another storyline that we should not forget. Remember heading into the bye, Jalen's weird answer of "we have our moments."
We have our moments.
And then it was
I truly believe that just like the owner got in the ear of the head coach after that Cleveland debacle, I see a change in Jalen Hurts too. I think that the owner may have said something.
Maybe they got together during the bye week.
Well, could be. They could have broken bread.
Maybe they broke bread. Hasn't been much better for everybody the last 3 weeks.
It's been fantastic.
Even the way Jalen talks about Sirianni has been better.
I told you before, the back in the day, the owner of the Falcons, Arthur Blank, him and Shanahan and Matt Ryan, their first year, clearly were not getting along.
Yeah.
And I had intel that was a little better than some other people had from different sources. And Mr. Blank, right on our show live, said, yeah, you know what? I sat them down in my office, and I told them both they had to start acting like grown men.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that didn't happen here.
It may
because
have.
the behavior is much more professional.
And all of a sudden, they're playing like the football team we expected.
Yes.
But I go back to before the season started, John. We were the beacons of light when it came to this football team.
We were.
And we were told time and time again, no, the defense. And that's why we did the topic the other day when they were 3-2, and people were saying we expected this. No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Because you expected the defense to be the reason why you lost 2 games, and that just wasn't the case. So have you hit the reset button from your expectations before the season started to where you're at now through 7 games? How much has it changed, or is it not changed at all? And John, for you, it seems like it just hasn't changed at all, and that's that's a good thing. Your expectations were very positive.
My expectations were positive, but they also, though, I had the highest ceiling,
correct,
of where I thought they'd be, but I thought they'd end up there. And right now, I wake up this morning and I say, you know what? I still think they can end up where I'll be laughing that as I'm like 3 cocktails in, that Andrew and Connor and them are getting ready for the NFC title game. Doing a pregame show.
You're going to be 3 cocktails in during the pregame show?
It depends. If it's a road game, I may be. If it's a home game, I'll be at the game.
That's right.
So I'll be there, and I do not drink in the press box.
Yeah,
That's frowned upon.
Oh, come on, man.
I can't speak for Andrew DeCecco and Jeff Kerr.
Yeah,
I may have seen a flask.
You could smell the liquor on
I may have seen a flask. I don't know. I'm not breaking any news.
All right, so we'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Have you hit the reset button on your expectations from before the season to now, 8 weeks into the NFL, 7 games for the Eagles? And how much have they changed from before the season started? We'll get to more of your reaction coming up, but it is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hope he's not rusty.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Tom did great on Friday. Brent didn't have the opportunity to because yesterday was a Monday.
Hope you aren't rusty.
I'm not rusty. I'm never rusty. Come on, boys. So we got it a little bit better than New York sports had it last night. The Giants lost, the Knicks lost, and also the biggest thing that I want a little bit of your guys' opinion on, we have a potential sweep opportunity going on in the World Series as the Yankees lost again.
2-2 to Torres. Bouncing ball towards the middle. Edman with a spin and a throw, and the Dodgers dominate Game 3. They're a win away from a world championship. A 3-0 series lead over the Yankees.
Yeah, it's got to be so deflating. You're so excited all
a World
season,
Series. You're
season
thrilled.
long. The Yankees, one of the best teams in baseball. The Yankees, incredible playoff series leading up to the World Series, and then to just go down 3-0 in the blink of an
With a
eye.
whimper.
Yeah,
They're not even going out with a lot of fight.
no, that's got to suck. I mean, I'm not crying for Yankees.
Oh, no,
fans,
no, no.
but-
I'm thrilled.
But-
I'm
but
actually
that's-
sort of thrilled.
But that's got to suck. You go all season long. It's like, people complained about the one-game playoff back in the day, the one-game wild card. Oh, you played 162 games just to lose in one game and your season's done? All right, well, you're going to lose in 4 games in this one.
I thought the one-game
Season's
wild
done.
card sucked, though.
I thought it was fun because,
I didn't
you know
like
why?
it.
Because the Phillies were never in it.
That's good, yeah, exactly.
I never had to deal with that stress as a Phillies fan. Seriously, the whole playoff drought was when that one-game playoff was happening.
It's just too random.
And then
for
they
me.
got rid of it, and then the Phillies started making the playoffs. What's next?
Well, what's next is another team that we are absolutely not rooting for imploding. The Dallas Cowboys had some more drama this weekend, and I'm not sure if you guys saw Trayvon Diggs back and forth with a reporter. We had to cut some of it out because there was some profanity in it, but we had a very mature back and forth between Trayvon Diggs and a Dallas Cowboys reporter over the weekend. Take a listen.
That whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. Just asking a question, Trayvon. That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from
We can talk about it more. What were you doing?
I mean,
catch that
seriously,
at the end?
Did you see the play they were talking about? Because I did not. I did see the exchange. I saw the play they were talking about. I would love to have heard Trayvon Diggs come back and explain what he was doing. Because Trayvon Diggs was lost. I think his coach even described it as being they got lost out there or something.
Yeah, he said you can catch these nuts.
Talk about these.
Talk about
the
these
reporters
nuts,
that
yeah.
can come back and talk about it more.
And look, I get it. You just played a football game. You lost. You're at the expectations
So you
of your
run
season.
to Twitter.
That's the weirdest thing. Like, I get being emotional. I get being mad.
I'm telling
But to
you.
go to Twitter first and then go meet the reporter,
It's what I always say to you.
oh man, just put it away.
I say it to you all the time. You're living in your phone. Can't put it down. It's going to do nothing positive in your life.
And we had the conversation, 2 weeks ago? That wasn't a ass face on Twitter saying something horrible about Trayvon Diggs. That was just a guy going, what is Trayvon Diggs doing on this play? And it set him off that way.
And it was a reporter, by the way, who shows his face to Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah.
It's not somebody just on Twitter, Joe, Eagles fan 6422.
Yeah.
It's a guy who you have a chance. He has a chance. The guy had a cameraman with him. He had a mic. He has a chance to see that guy all the time.
Yeah.
So he's not hiding when he tweets it.
And it's one thing to do the you don't know football thing. We heard the Doc Rivers you don't know basketball stuff
Yeah.
before, but for a grown man that's playing in the NFL to drop a D's nuts on a credentialed reporter is Cowboys look good. All right, we're gonna round out with our replay.
Now that we have 7 games of data and 8 weeks of NFL data, where are your expectations now? And are you hitting a reset button?
So one thing that I do think I need to reset as far as my expectations, I thought this defense was going to have the opportunity to force more turnovers. And where I'm at right now, even with the 2 on Sunday, that interception, that wasn't a guy jumps a route or anything like that. That wasn't an easy one. It was an incredible play by Isaiah Rodgers.
It was.
I don't think they're going to do the volleyball swat directly into the chest of a safety play every week. And even that one where I believe it was Gesicki fumbled late, I don't see them creating as many opportunities defensively as I thought they would to create turnovers. Maybe that's just the bend don't break defense. Ultimately, the points are all that matters, but I think I need to, because I thought it'd be a bigger year.
I will
for
say
turnovers.
this, though. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell's literally dropped 5 interceptions.
That's fair.
It seems like it. I told you before the year, though, the one thing that I thought we could expect is those turnovers to go way up because that's what a Vic Fangio defense historically does. I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I do believe it's coming, Connor. I do believe we're going to have one of those, we're going to have multiple games the rest of the way where they go 2-3 turnovers. I really do think it's coming.
Hope so.
They've been so close, and they're so young and athletic. That Cooper DeJean, there are going to be so many. I'm telling you, there are going to be so many kids in Philly that are going to get Cooper DeJean or Quinyon Mitchell jerseys.
It's a great first name.
Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell jerseys are going to be. Rally House isn't going to be able to keep them in. They're going to be all over the place.
By the way,
that's going to be a great Christmas gift.
I don't know if it's still ongoing.
What's that? Mishkov jerseys, which, by the way,
but something. I haven't bought a jersey in a long time, and I almost even did it this weekend.
You almost bought one?
Fanatics is selling the old watermark jerseys.
Okay.
You know how they changed
Watermark.
The Wood'a?
Remember how,
The
you know how they
Watermark?
changed the design a little bit?
Yeah.
And actually, everybody likes the old one more than this current one. They had them on sale for like 50% off.
What?
It's still Jalen Hurts and like A.J. Brown jerseys.
What? That's amazing.
They were like $60.
Oh, that's a great deal.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you're looking for an Eagles jersey,
Christmas gift.
go on. I don't know if it's still ongoing. It was this weekend on Fanatics.
My needs have been met. My brother and new sister-in-law
nice
got me
look,
the
Connor.
Kelly Green
That's nice.
Saquon jersey, little late birthday present.
That's a
here.
great
That's
jersey.
really nice.
So was that birthday present or was that groomsman present?
That was birthday present that I asked for literally the day before my birthday. That there was no way I could have gotten here in
So
time.
now you got to get
That
a
was
groomsman
late,
gift too.
late birthday present.
Yes, it was. That's fine.
They had some other stuff to
Yeah, they were a little busy.
Oh,
getting
come
the
on.
whole
I'm so
getting
tired of that
married thing.
nonsense. Like your birthday snuck up on them.
All right,
It
so
snuck up on me.
They could have bought it in March, April, May,
well, no,
June.
he said he told them the day before.
No, I
I
know,
asked
but
for
that's
this
his
on
fault.
October
That's
2nd.
his fault. Snuck up.
All right. The Eagles are defying history.
Yeah, I got to hear this one.
So Jeff Kerr, great job as always with this piece, and you're going to hear from Jeff Kerr again coming up around 8:47 because he also wrote an article on trade targets for the Eagles. So it's not like a guy on Twitter going, trade 18 picks for Myles Garrett. Jeff Kerr.
Now, Kerr's nuts, but he writes good stuff.
No, this is like real
absolutely.
trade targets. I'll give you those coming up in a little bit. But the Philadelphia Eagles, as we know, have yet to score a point in the first quarter this season. So 7 games.
It's incredible.
0 points. Now, we are trending in a positive direction because they scored 3 points on their opening drive, but because the Bengals ticked off 10 minutes and 4 seconds on their opening drive, the Eagles' first drive carried into the second quarter. So they did get points on their opening drive. It just didn't happen until the second quarter.
The atrocious Eagles defense did that? It's terrible.
So the Eagles are defying history right now, John.
Yeah, I want to know this.
Because they are the 6th team since the NFL merger, which is the AFL-NFL merger, 1970. 6th team to score 0 points through the first 7 games.
In the first quarter.
In the first quarter. The Falcons in 1976 were the first team to do it.
Wow.
They finished the season 4-10.
Okay.
The Falcons did it again the next year. So
You're kidding me.
rough back-to-back years for the Falcons.
Yeah, it's rough.
Could you imagine 2 straight years?
There's been a lot of rough back-to-back years for the Falcons, I assure you.
They finished the year better than 4-10, 7-7.
Okay.
The Lions did it in 1986. They finished 5-11. The Buccaneers did it in 1988. They also finished 5-11. The Packers did it in 1991. They finished 4-12
with Don Majkowski, I think, back then.
So the Eagles, through 7 games this year, are 5-2. I doubt that they only win 2 more games because the best team to have started 7 games without a point in the first quarter was the 1977 Falcons when they went 7-7. So the 77
500 record.
7-7.
Okay.
The Eagles are 5-2, despite not scoring a point in the first quarter so far this year.
That's impressive. It's impressive to be that inept and
still win football games.
Yes, it's good.
And as you've pointed out, the second best
in the NFL, second, third, fourth quarter scoring.
I mean,
they're playing catch up though.
Yeah.
And you don't want to play catch up.
No, you don't want
unless
to.
it's that spicy catch up.
I love
which, by the
spicy
way, I
ketchup.
do enjoy that.
But obviously this can't continue to be the formula. You can't keep on doing this week in and week out. There's going to come a time where you're going to have to put up points. I said on Friday and also during our pregame show on Sunday that the Eagles would lose if they didn't put up points in the first quarter because I thought the Bengals would be up 14-0. If they didn't take 10 minutes off that first quarter drive, because they were up, 10-0?
They were up,
10-3. Sorry, 10-3. If the Eagles didn't score a field goal on that first drive, it's 10-0.
Yeah, it was 10-0.
They would have started panicking. They would have started
absolutely.
throwing the football.
Well, they did panic down 10-3.
They did.
Throw. Totally ignoring that they've got Saquon Barkley.
But that fact that they put up 3 points on their opening drive is a big reason why they may have still won that football game on Sunday.
No, it's a big reason, and plus McPherson missing.
Yeah, that's
as you
huge,
pointed
man.
out yesterday.
So the Eagles are defying history right now with a 5-2 record, despite putting up points in the first quarter.
It's the kind of tightrope you don't want to be walking.
No, you don't want to do this.
No, you don't want to walk it.
Don't continue this.
Right.
All right. What do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show, call in 610-632-0975.
All right, we have a check-in here from Tom in Willow Grove. I know you guys are not going to like this one, but let me get through it. The first 4 weeks could be looked at like preseason games. It was Nick and Kellen learning to work together, the offense still learning the system. With all of that, they've still gotten to a place where they've worked it out, and they look to be rolling right now.
Again, I pointed out teams in their conference in a similar situation that needed no such ramp-up period, needed no such, wow, they got to get to know each other. Whether it was the Falcons or the Commanders with a rookie quarterback. I don't buy that at all. That is an absolute excuse making for an inept job that they were doing.
Yeah, I don't like the built-in excuse, and it
is a built-in excuse.
And that's what people did before the season started. It's going to start off slow because of the first 4 weeks of the season is the continuation of the preseason. And look, for people that believe that, it's worked out for the Eagles the last 3 weeks. But I will also say this: I will remind you what I said going into the bye week.
What'd you say?
It's the only time in my life where I was happy with an early bye.
You did say that. Of all the injuries too.
But not just injuries. Up here, mentally.
A little mental check.
They needed a mental reset.
Why would that be, though? That means they were poorly prepared for the start of the season.
Yeah, and that's why they were 2-2, and that's why they were.
It means training camp.
Oh, they were one drop away from 3-1. Yeah, and they were also one thing away from 1-3. You know what I mean? Like
they need to evaluate how they prepare for a season.
Now they need to stay healthy.
Yes.
And if they don't, then we'll talk about how the bye week being so early hurt them. But I still believe that bye week is a big reason why you've now seen them play the way that they have the last 3 weeks.
That's not a bad
because
thought.
It's great. The first 4 weeks is a continuation of the preseason. Everybody likes to quote that.
Which is ridiculous.
Well, if you don't have a bye in week 5, then so all of a sudden it's just going to click in week 5. It's just going to click in week 6. The bye week may have came at a perfect time for this team.
No, it definitely did.
It did. I mean, in retrospect, rearview mirror, that absolutely happened.
But that preseason conversation is just such a can of worms because you look at it from the injury perspective and you say, oh, well, you don't want anyone hurt in the preseason.
And now everybody's hurt.
And then A.J. Brown got hurt like a week into the season.
So in other words,
because there's no data behind it.
There's no, again, Connor, there's no data.
But people like to say, I'd rather him get hurt in a game that matters. Like, that's what people say mentally.
Again, we had the largest study ever done of a pro sport to say that load management is BS. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. There's no data to it. And so people are like, people would rather be scared. Scared.
Some people would rather be cautious. It's not necessarily scared. There's a reason for caution, but the problem is there's arguments on the other side, and I don't think there's a right
answer. There's no science to caution.
There's no science to the caution being a good strategy. Is the bottom line. I mean, they spent $10 million dollars studying it. There's nothing to it.
Right.
It's
well,
just
the
that people
NBA
say,
did. It doesn't necessarily carry over to the NFL.
Well, I think the same principle
Very
would apply.
different sport.
Yeah, but I think the same principle would apply. Again, best practices. If Andy Reid, for some reason, doesn't feel nervous putting Patrick Mahomes, the most valuable player in the sport, out there in preseason, just get him some series, get him some work. His starting offensive lineman, his starting skill. I don't understand where somebody's going, yeah, you know what? Let's do it less like they do it.
Right.
Let's do
it less than the current dynasty in the NFL.
The best team in football, this is the way they do it. By the way, Bill Belichick, again, when he was in, whether you like him or not, when the way the best teams do it, let's not do it like that.
Yep. All right, coming up next, we do it every Tuesday at 8:30, our second opinion segment. Something that we didn't necessarily talk about yesterday following the Eagles game. In this case, a dominant win for the Eagles. And this is Connor's first chance, really, because he was not in yesterday because he was slacking and taking care of family matters. So, second opinion segment coming your way next. The secondary topic that we never really got to from yesterday's Monday Reaction Day. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A streak building for the Birds. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update's brought to you by Trump.
It's my producing days, Johnny.
What a gorgeous Tuesday morning it is.
Ran into the studio so that you didn't hear about us promoting today's show.
Well, if somebody hadn't listened to the first 2.5 hours, where the hell were you?
That's a good point.
Yeah,
we appreciate
good show reset.
Yeah,
we appreciate
you. I do a
you,
good show reset at the top of every hour.
Yours are okay. That would have been a great one.
That would have been a great one. But you know what?
We did deliver on the teas from yesterday, though. That's what that does reinforce me. We did deliver on the teas.
Our topic.
What we said we were going to talk about.
Yeah, we don't. Come on, man. No, that post-show teaser promo.
Come on,
man, that's business.
Come on down.
All right, don't forget, coming up in an hour, 9:30, our man Dan Orlovski will join us, and Amy Fadul will be in studio for the entire 9 o'clock hour. Get her thoughts on the Eagles' win on Sunday, all our topics that we've been discussing. But we do this every single Tuesday following an Eagles game. Now, we're going to have to do this Monday after the Commanders game, the second opinion segment.
Yeah, we'll have to do it Monday.
Because the Eagles will play on a Thursday night. We'll do does Andrew come in? What do we do with Andrew that day?
No, Andrew does the check-in.
But he does his 1 hour Thursday?
He does the 1 hour Thursday. He does the check-in on Friday. And I don't care if it fits his calendar or not.
Nah, he's got to do it.
He'll be here.
This Thursday game is going to throw me for a loop next week.
I'm surprised it's you got 2 weeks.
Yeah,
next week's Cowboys game.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, 2 weeks from now.
Next week is Cowboys. And hopefully the Cowboys game doesn't throw us for a loop because I hear people just laughing about how bad the Cowboys are. I'm going to tell you, I'm
still going to laugh at them.
I'm certainly not penciling that in as a guaranteed win.
No, but I'm still going to laugh at them.
Yeah, it's great. I'll laugh at them if we beat them.
Oh, coward.
If we go to Dallas and beat
laugh
them.
at them before and after.
No, I don't want to hear any of this nonsense. It should be a win, but let's just wait and see.
Say with your chest, Johnny. You pencil them in for an NFC Championship game appearance. Let's say with our chest.
Hope. And that's one of the games that I did not think they would win.
All right, it is time now for our second opinion segment.
You might not always agree with what you hear. Sometimes you need a second opinion. Brought to you by the consultants in medical oncology and hematology.
Tell us more about it, Johnny.
They're the best. I begin 3 consecutive weeks of a lot of testing of my 1 year coming up. CMOH got them all handled for me. I just told them, when am I available? They scheduled them all. They got it in, and we're going to hope for some great news in the next 3 weeks. So.
Absolutely. Would love that. All right, so the second opinion segment, basically the things that we didn't talk about yesterday, or if there's something that you wanted to expand on, you got more information on, hey, this is something that I want to react to following the previous Eagles game. We do this every single week. So I will start, and it's something that we didn't talk about at all yesterday. I know for a fact because I did the show with you. So the Eagles' rushing defense in the first half really set the tone of that game yesterday or on Sunday.
Outstanding.
We didn't talk about it once.
No, we didn't talk about it yesterday.
So they attempted 9 carries in the first half, the Cincinnati Bengals did, for 17 total yards. That's
ridiculous.
1.9 yards per carry, and they had to go away from the run. Now, the Eagles didn't blow the doors open until the fourth quarter, so the Bengals could have tried to stay within their game plan. Part of their game plan was running the football in the first half, but the Eagles stopped them so much that they had to stop even trying. Burrow ends up throwing for 24 attempts in the first half because they just completely shut down the Bengals' running game. Now, the Bengals' running game is not something that people talk about.
They're one of the worst teams in the league trying.
They tried, and the Eagles shut them down to 1.9 yards per carry in the first half.
And
so that's my second opinion. Yeah, oh my God.
Swarming
all
to
over
the ball.
The place.
When I go back and look at the game, we know how great A.J. Brown is. But if anybody has the NFL Plus and they can watch the All-22, and as I say to you, I don't understand all the nuances of the All-22, but it does let you see some things.
Yep.
Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown are spectacular at what they do catching the ball, but they are absolutely freaking selfless football players.
Yeah.
Helping Saquon Barkley block, helping Jalen Herz pass blocking. You have 2 guys, highly paid wide receivers, neither one of them with a bit of diva in them as far as how they play the game. There were excellent plays in the passing game, running game, because the plays were made because of sacrifices that were made by A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith that you don't see as the game's going fast. Some of you see it. I don't.
Right.
I don't. I'm following the ball. I'm not watching. I am so impressed with both of those gentlemen in their dedication to being football players, not just skill players.
And to your point, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith's not on this team. A.J. Brown's probably getting 10 catches a game. If A.J. Brown's not on this team.
Exactly.
Or targets, right? A lot of targets.
Oh, sure.
I go back to what Jordan Addison, who's a wide receiver for the Vikings, posted on his Instagram.
Free 3.
He's number 3. And it's like, you don't see Devontae Smith putting out something on Instagram, A.J. Brown putting out something on Instagram saying, I'm not getting the ball enough or something like that. And meanwhile, Jordan Addison, you play with Justin Jefferson. Of course you're not going to get the ball as much as the best receiver in the NFL. But that's a great point, Johnny.
Love it.
All right, Connor, you didn't have a first opinion.
Yeah, what do I do here, boys?
Give us your second opinion.
Whatever you got.
Whatever your best stuff was, hope you already used it.
Just think about something we didn't talk about yesterday.
How much did you guys get into the linebacker play in general?
The whole show was about linebacker.
No, we did not. We did not. Get into it more.
Nakobe Dean and Zach Vaughn were great on Sunday. And Zach Vaughn has had great games so far this year. But that grouping, right? How are they this good this fast? I've been told over and over and over again that the Eagles have no idea how to develop or find linebackers. And TJ Edwards was pretty good last year, and he's been pretty good this year for a new team. And now Zach Vaughn's been good.
I think it's a Vic Fangio effect.
It could be
because Nakobe Dean.
It's a healthy Nakobe Dean for the first time.
That helps too,
which helps. But
I think Vic Fangio has found a way to implement Nakobe Dean. And Zach Vaughn has never played this position that he's playing.
No.
So, this is a Vic Fangio saw something in him. Vic Fangio has found a way to implement Nakobe Dean in a way
How
where...
about Nolan Smith, too?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now,
I don't love him covering Jamar Chase.
If we could
that
have zone coverage where he dropped back in his zone coverage
Chase.
there.
Jamar Chase. I didn't see him much. He didn't make much of an impact, so I'm interested to... the greatest player in the... He
what
did not make
like
much
70-some in a touchdown?
But he did not make much of an impact in that game.
He
was
had
extremely
9 catches, 54 yards, and a touchdown.
9 catches, 54 yards.
Yeah, they kept him in check.
They kept him in complete check.
That's the bend but don't break.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
6 yards, please. I'll give it to him all day long.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Dude, the best part about these linebackers, they get downhill. And Vic Fangio's not a blitz guy, but they get after plays and diagnose them.
Do you notice, though? Vic is willing to blitz more now. because of the skill set that he's got.
Hey, you should be.
Well,
He's
and
adjusting to the talent that he's got.
He's also doing something that we ripped Sean Desai for. He is dropping back his edge rushers into coverage. Like I've seen Brandon Graham went one-on-one with Malik Neighbors 2 weeks ago.
Well, that's a good matchup.
But you do that to then send Nakobe Dean. So
correct.
It's not that he's blitzing Nakobe Dean, but he's still rushing 4.
Right. He's conceding something to get the opportunity to change a look.
Right.
I think so much of what the Eagles did, offensively and defensively, watching just the 15-minute game and then watching some of that all-22, I laughed at it and said, wow, they did things all day long on both sides of the ball to set up something they wanted to do later.
Yeah.
And it worked. Nolan Smith, that's 3 games in a row, Connor. We talked about it yesterday. 3 games in a row with a sack. And they found a way to use him.
Yeah.
And more importantly, the appropriate way to use Jordan Davis, too. Finding a way to make Jordan Davis maximize what he does. And I guess acknowledging that they just know he's not a great pass rusher. He's not even a good pass rusher.
Weird how you get a defensive coordinator with a pulse, and now your defensive draft picks look like they make a lot more sense.
Look, I'm also going to say this, even though there's no fact out there, there's some things that you feel comfortable saying. Like we feel comfortable saying that Howie Roseman hired Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio, and it wasn't Nick Sirianni's decision, right? I still feel comfortable saying that Howie Roseman was the one that promoted Matt Patricia to defensive coordinator last year.
I still absolutely believe that.
I feel very comfortable saying in the past, Howie would want certain players to play X amount of snaps. Vic Fangio probably goes, nah, dude, come on, man. I've been doing this since before you were born.
Yeah, I think it's part of the equation.
Saying that.
Yeah,
and
I think
right. To Howie's credit, I guess, he goes, yeah, man, do what you got to do. I feel comfortable saying it.
I honestly think Vic Fangio being allowed to do that has made Howie's selections look smarter.
Absolutely.
All of a sudden, the Georgia Dogs look like players.
Right.
And for a while, it was looking like the bust word for a few of them.
Yeah. For not Jalen Carter.
No. And Jalen Carter still, by the way, again, top 3 in double teams in the NFL.
Yeah, he
is just every team goes in saying, we gotta worry about Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
He's got to start beating some more of those double teams, though. He's still making an impact in games.
Yeah, he'll get there.
But
that's why I was trying to slow down the Aaron Donald comparisons.
Right.
Because Donald's beating triple teams. So let's slow down a little bit. But he's doing really good. All right, tell us more about CMOH.
If you get a cancer diagnosis, you, a family member or otherwise, please just remember my friends at the consultants in CMOH. Just go to CMOH. It's the easiest way to do it. They will, I promise you, they're worth the first opinion or a second opinion. You'll love these folks.
Absolutely. All right, so here's the deal. Amy Fadul for the entire 9 o'clock hour. Dan Orlovski will join us midway through that at 9:30, who's been a polarizing figure in this city recently. But coming up next, we don't just hear from you. Jeff Kerr, I told you earlier that we would read another article of his. He put together a list of trades the Eagles could make before the deadline. And it's not Myles Garrett. It's not Max Crosby. These are real trade
I think we're going to have to get Jeff on this week just because of it. We're using his stuff so much. He's going to shake me down for lunch money.
Yeah, he should. All right, it's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider Update.
The Fanatic. Amy Fadul, join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. Always love our Tuesdays with Amy. Dan Orlovski will be joining us coming up at 9:30.
That's a strong finish.
Yes.
That's a really strong finish.
And look, I saw you tweeting at Dan, which is why I said, you know what, let me text and get him on.
I like to tweet at Dan because he's a real good dude for one thing. But he loves the give and take.
Yes.
He's not offended by somebody saying, yo, Dan, wait a minute here.
Right.
And he loves to explain. He loves to get into it.
And he does. And he's become a polarizing figure because he hasn't talked about Jalen Hurts being the greatest quarterback in the world. And so sometimes he gets heat from a lot of Eagles fans. And I don't get it. Like a couple of weeks ago, remember how much heat he got for saying the Eagles are the least prepared team to start football games?
And that was before the Giant game. And he was absolutely correct.
And
he was correct.
And they had not scored a point. They still haven't scored a point in the first quarter, but obviously it's looked a little bit better. They had not scored a point in the first quarter. The offense wasn't moving the ball well, and yet people were like, they took exception to it.
Because at some point, and I believe it's social media, the era of social media, like fans just take offense at everything.
Yeah.
That's why I say the no one likes us, we don't care is the biggest lie ever told.
I'm curious. I wonder if somebody took offense to him saying that the offense has looked better since going under center.
I don't think he's. I mean, it's.
No,
I guarantee you there are people who are like, oh, well, yeah, it is. It looked better. Own it. It's looked better.
Right away, keep that same energy. Well,
what? I mean, look, you can't.
Oh my God, you should see the hate that he's getting on social media.
Here's the only thing is, you can't put up. You cannot put up the calendar year that Jalen Hurts did at quarterback, playing below expectations for a year. You can't do that and then have one great game and have people come out from the woodwork going, yeah, where's that energy? Bring it. No. It's got to be more. Even though we've been very fair on this show, I do believe.
I think so, yeah.
I would say that you can't. Don't be pumping your chest and saying, demanding like a referendum on Jalen Hurts based on 1 week or 3 good weeks of not turning the ball over.
Yeah.
That's what I care about.
All right.
Play within yourself.
All right, so Jeff Kerr on CBS always does a great job. He tweeted out a list of names to keep an eye on, potential trade candidates for the Eagles.
Okay.
No, Myles Garrett, not on here. Remember,
yeah, it's not.
Remember the Cooper Kupp thing?
Oh, yeah.
That lasted 5 seconds.
Well, you know what's funny is, though, is you'll see with Jeff Kerr, he's not the type to be out there pushing that either.
No, he doesn't do that. So he did 3 positions, multiple names, but 3 positions to keep an eye on. Would you guys like to guess the 3 positions?
I'm going to guess that he's saying one more offensive lineman.
Nope.
Wow. Okay.
I think the first one is.
But I swung and missed on that one.
So that's the second one.
What?
Okay.
The first one I think is the most
tight
obvious.
end.
Oh, tight end.
Okay.
The first one's the most obvious. It's pass rush.
Yeah.
Because you can always add more. And again, he's not saying Myles Garrett and Max Crosby. He's saying Emmanuel Ogbah and Zadarius Smith. So
okay, so the guys that are third-day draft pickups.
Yeah. And they're rotational guys.
Yes,
and,
but third-day guys.
They could start and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So those are the 2 names that he mentions for pass rusher. Tight end is on here, which I'm surprised by, but I also get it, especially with Dallas Goedert getting hurt. And then, Jack Stahl just got hurt. He has Jordan Atkins, Austin Hooper, and Tommy Tremble. Again, these are guys that will be second to Dallas Goedert.
I know Austin. I would like Austin to come to town. We'd have a little conduit to the locker room.
And then the last one.
I'd like that.
Any guesses? Position group.
It's defensive.
Wow, I can't believe it's not offensive line.
It is defensive.
And I want to say linebacker simply because of the depth.
It is linebacker, but specifically middle line.
Okay.
Yeah, because you had Devin White that you wanted to be in that spot, and you need to fill that.
Wow, look at you, Connor.
Wow, Connor,
takes a couple,
look at the big
takes
brain
a couple
on
days
Connor.
off. You hit the mental reset button.
Absolutely.
It was your bye week. Look
I
at
feel
that.
fresh. I had a very calm, easy weekend where I did great things for my body.
The thing is, though, with Connor is
I drank a liter of Miller Lite.
Connor does not come back from vacation half-assed. Something I always admire about Connor.
So
Connor comes hit the ground running today.
The 3 names that Jeff Kerr mentions, Josie Jewell, Devin Lloyd, and Jack Gibbons. He makes sure to say specifically that they do like the progression of linebacker Ben Van Sumeren and Jeremiah Trotter Jr., but they're still looking to improve, but it wouldn't be a significant trade because their young guys are progressing. They just might see a window of opportunity right now, as you say, from
The
Window
Window
Nation.
Nation.
Yes, absolutely.
And you have a door of opportunity at your house.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? Let's get a text before we welcome in Amy Fadul for the 9 o'clock.
All right. So my guy Cap checks in, and he texts in about the Jalen Hurts thing. And he says, well, Hurts has looked better. If we had a Josh Allen type of quarterback, a Patrick Mahomes type of quarterback, this team is talented enough that they would be undefeated right now. It's important to remember there's still that level above Hurts that we should want him to reach.
And that's what we did that segment earlier, that we tried doing the impossible to try to let people know that Jalen Hurts is not the bad quarterback that you saw early on. And yes, he played poorly before somebody makes excuses for him. And what we've seen the last couple of weeks is kind of more what we want to see. But it's not Josh Allen through the first 7 weeks this season. It's not Patrick Mahomes. But I'm not asking him to be those guys.
No, we're not. We're not setting a bar that is totally unrealistic.
No, I'm asking him to stay within himself, and you've seen that the last 3 weeks. He has made the smart throw. 16 of 20, an 80% completion percentage tells you that you're making the right throws. He didn't throw 16 50-50 balls. He made the right throws. And that should be celebrated and not, oh, well, it was an easy day for him. He could have made it harder by not throwing it to the open
he could have
receivers.
absolutely.
So, Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback, not a top 2 quarterback. That's all. That's not something crazy to say. It's on hating. Haterade.
No, it's not.
All right, Amy Fadul joins us for the entire 9 o'clock hour, so we get to talk to her about everything that we've discussed. And Dan Orlovski at 9:30. This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
is 9 a.m. on this Tuesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic, which means we are joined for the entire hour by Amy Fadul. Amy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you all?
We are doing great because when the Eagles win, and then they win comfortably, and
Life's
they beat
better.
the doors
How
off of a
crazy is
team
that?
on the road, and everybody seems to be on a common ground that Herz played better and was able to play better because he wasn't playing necessarily great earlier in the season. The offensive game plan was not necessarily great earlier in the season, and they kind of did the things that we have wanted. Amy, I'm going to say it. We deserve to pat ourselves on the back because the sports radio demanding the run,
It worked.
and demanding some more pressure defensively and demanding the offense to be simplified a little bit and not be as obsessed with deep shots downfield. Every once in a while, the sports radio people, the sports television people, everybody that's the evil media, we might be onto something every once in a while.
When you watch all that. Well, the thing is, the fans are with it too. I mean,
Yeah.
the fans, they were screaming it for weeks. Like, just don't try to do too much. We talked about that last week. Like, don't try to do too much. It's not that hard.
The Bengals are one of the worst rushing defenses in the NFL. The Giants, one of the worst rushing defenses in the NFL. Run the football.
Well,
There you
Tampa
go.
was too, and then
They
what
didn't
did
run
that-
the football,
what
and
did
that's
that do?
why we yelled and screamed about
Running the
Sirianni and
football.
Kellen
Yes.
Moore.
And keeping it simple.
See, expound on that because a lot of people look at that as a put down.
Well, because inherently you think like, oh, you're dumbing it down. Well, you're not dumbing it down. Sometimes what the defense gives you is a simple read.
Yeah.
You don't have to try to be overly imaginative to try to go crazy and be like, oh, there is the deep ball. Sure there is. There probably is at some point, too, on every single play. But really, when you're looking at it, sometimes the first option is the good option. That's what I mean by keeping it simple. Sometimes you just look, all right, it's Devontae Smith in over there on running a post. Perfect. I'm just going to hit him.
Yeah.
Is it a 35-yard gain? No. But is it a 7-yard gain? Yeah.
Which makes it second and
So
three.
instead of 2nd and 10.
Right.
So
And
I feel
when-
like those are the things.
When you let me make you guys opposing defensive coordinators.
Okay.
Based on what we've seen out of 7 games, do you think that as they're preparing to play the Eagles, defensive coordinators are saying if they have to say shut this guy down first, is it Saquon or is it AJ?
Saquon.
Well, I was going to say AJ.
See, now that's the thing is that we're 7 games in. We don't know the answer to that.
Which
'Cause
is
I think
that's
you
a
could
good
either
thing.
say it. No, I love that
Yeah,
answer.
that's a good thing.
And here's why I would say it, not because I feel this way before somebody comes over here and attacks me.
I'm out of my seat.
If I'm a defensive coordinator, I go, all right, I need to try to stop Saquon Barkley because Jalen Hurts might make a mistake. Because Jalen Hurts isn't a top 2, top 3 quarterback in the NFL. Saquon Barkley legitimately is a top 3 running back in the league. So let me try to slow him down, and I will run the risk that Jalen Hurts either balls out like we saw the last 3 weeks now, even though they didn't put up many points against Cleveland. He played, that was one of his better quarterbacking games of the season. Or it's one of the first 4 games where he throws 2 interceptions and fumbles the football.
Yeah, I guess my counter to that is the fact that even Jalen Hurts on an off day can make A.J. Brown makes everybody look better. You throw anything even remotely close to him. He's such a threat in the fact that you know that he can catch anything that comes within I don't know, at this point, I think a 10-yard radius of that wingspan. He's just that good of a player. But I get Andrew's point. Saquon is so reliable and so consistent. He is a first option in a lot of people's minds. But to ignore or even not consider A.J. Brown first, I think would be detrimental to a lot of defenses.
It could be.
I'm so looking forward to watching if this really has been a launching off point for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's everybody. Because we talked about it right after the bye. Like, these next 4 or 5 games, these were not great teams on paper. They did not have good records. They all had losing records. You know, the Browns had only won 1 game at that point. And so you thought, I don't know. Then even after the Browns game, was that fool's gold because it's the Browns and was Deshaun Watson at the time? And the Giants are the Giants. Now you're thinking, all right, well, this was a good Bengals offense, not a good defense. We clearly saw that. So going forward, and then now you've got the Jaguars, like, all right, after you get through this, that's when it's the meat and potatoes. You just had your apps now.
So our main topic today is whether or not you're hitting the reset button on your expectations. So me, John, and Connor all had 12-5. We had the same record, which was insane. And we all had them winning the division. Now, we all had things slightly differently. Like, I thought they were going to win the division comfortably with the Cowboys being in second place, Eagles winning by 2 or 3 games. That's probably not going to be the case. They're going to have to beat the Commanders, and it might be tight. John had them going to the NFC Championship game either in Philly or somewhere else.
I hope it's here.
Where, nobody went too far in any of our expectations. Where were you before the season started, and has it changed at all for you 7 weeks in, now that you've seen these last 3 good games?
I was 11 wins at the beginning of the season. I thought they would win the division, but I thought it would come down to one of the last couple of games.
Okay.
And I recalibrated after the first 4 weeks, but I'm back there. I'm back at 11. So, no, I haven't changed in the last 7 weeks. I did kind of dip back and thought, well, maybe only like 9 wins at this point. But I'm back up to my 11.
Okay, so you're at 11. But when you watch that defense and what they are evolving, are you thinking that, like, the best games we've seen them play so far is about their ceiling? Or do you think that this young defense with Vic Fangio can even get better?
Yeah, I mean, I think they can get slightly better. I don't think that they're going to explode. We've talked where you would want them, and at the end of the season, I think we all thought if they were like a 15th ranked defense, that would be a real win. I don't know that I'm going to see them much higher than that, and I feel like right now they're like 20 something. So overall, when you look at all the encompassing roles and that the defenses take into account when they have the rankings, not just in points allowed and yards per allowed, whatever, like the overall, probably like a 20th ranked defense. Yeah. I think they can get slightly better. I don't think they're going to be a top 10 defense. I don't think that's going to happen this year. I think that they're a good defense, and I think they're getting better, but I think they can improve. I don't know that I think they're going to improve that much, that I think they're going to win 13 games
right.
and go to the NFC Championship.
But before the season started, part of the reason why we're having this conversation, a lot of people, we were the beacons of light in Philadelphia, which is weird, right?
Yeah, it's really weird because we're dorks.
The media is supposed to be the evil people. We were the ones saying 12 wins, and we were getting a lot of pushback from listeners. Like, you guys are crazy. What about the collapse last year? The defense is going to suck. And that was the thing that a lot of people kept on saying. The defense is going to suck. And full disclosure, I didn't think they'd be a top 10 defense, but I thought they'd be middle of the pack, right? There are a lot of people that still thought they were going to be a bottom 5 defense. For the people that said that, how much have their expectations changed?
Yeah, I would think they would have had to recalibrate because they would have been proven right the first 4 weeks of the season. There was nothing in that first couple of weeks that you thought, okay, well, this defense has not improved. But they kept telling us, and whether we were listening or not, that it's going to come together and they're going to figure it out. And I think they have figured parts of it out. There's guys that they're utilizing better. There's schemes that they're utilizing better. There was a time we were talking about that Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter weren't doing anything.
Right.
Anything.
Early on, it was really scary.
Like you're thinking we're putting everything into these two guys as far as that defensive stopping front, and they were doing nothing. And so there was some real concern. And now you're thinking, all right, well, maybe it was just the time and getting their feet under them and learning Fangio's system. And I think Fangio has adjusted in certain ways, too, as far as utilizing those guys and realizing, all right, I'm going to get this out of them and X, Y, and Z to expect as far as expectations from each player. So I think that they're going to be better. I think they will be a top 20 defense. And I think at the beginning of the season, I thought, well, if you can get a top 20 defense out of what we saw last year, I think for me, one of the reasons also why I have them at 11 wins is that I watch the rest of the league, and there's no one that's like jumping out and thinking like, whoa, like they are just incredible. There's good teams out there.
They'd have to lose 5 times in the next 2 months. And maybe and after last year, I'm stupid for probably saying this, but so I just can't see it.
Oh, see, don't say that out loud.
I can see it.
You got to keep that to yourself.
Yeah, I can't say the quiet part out loud.
Beetlejuice.
No,
it just happens.
No, that's worse.
I only said it twice, so that's
yeah, exactly. All right, I want to play something for you, Amy, because we reacted to this earlier today, and it's odd. It was something that caught my ear yesterday when I was listening to the press conference yesterday afternoon from Nick Sirianni. He was asked about the increase in snaps under center, and take a listen to his answer, and I want to see if you caught what we caught. Go ahead, Connor.
A little bit of that is, just the way the game is played out and, different situations that happen in the game. I think we've had some big leads here the last couple weeks that probably make that number balloon even more. But it's good to just be multiple and some different things, but still do what you do well. And I think, we've had a lot of success being in the gun, and also can have some success here under center. Different personnel groupings give you some different under center opportunities. As well, and so I think it's a little bit of everything.
Did anything catch your ear in that?
Are you talking about the multiple looks? with the under center and then the.
Well, no. So it almost seemed like he was like
sounds subdued.
Yeah.
You're talking about his overall tone. I'm like listening to parsing his words out.
We do that well, but we do other things well too.
It's like he's defensive about something that he was being complimented.
Listen,
it's worked, right? The last 2 weeks, the offense. Nobody can say that the offense.
I think that he's
was not
gun
the best
shy
the last
so
2
much
weeks.
anymore when he steps to the podium.
But I hear that and I'm going, well, the reason why we went under center is because we had leads. Well, no. You were under center, which built the lead.
Exactly.
And then you remained under center
Right.
because you wanted to sustain the lead. So what you're saying is this has worked better than anything else we've done this year.
Yeah.
And it almost sounds like he's like
apologizing almost. Or
bummed out or like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
My offense didn't
Okay,
work.
sorry.
Caught me.
Yeah. It is kind of funny because I feel like he walks into any kind of media availability just like, all right, well, what am I defending today? Even if he's not defending anything. There's nothing to defend. But like bringing up different things, like you said, you're under center because that's what was working.
Yeah.
Just go with that. And then he starts hedging. I'm like, oh, well, maybe we'll
we
be
do
in
other
this.
things good too. Like
we'll also try this. And then because it's like almost when you're talking to somebody and they've talked themselves into something and then out of it all in the same breath. And you're like, I just asked you one question and now you've
I see
come,
you're married.
Yeah. Oh, how's it going? I'm like, I don't know. And then they just keep talking.
boy.
It's like,
But it's like this. It's like
diarrhea of the mouth.
Sources have told me that our Tuesday ratings are horrible, except for the 9 o'clock hour, because that's when you come in. And then if somebody asked me about that, and I said, Amy's great and all, but like we
have other people we talk to.
We do a lot of great things too, and it's like instead of just going, yeah, you're right. When Amy comes in, that's when the numbers go up.
It's just you can't. It's just like he can't stop.
But why
talking.
can't he do that? Why can't he say, you're right, guys?
I mean.
I'm not asking him to say, you're right, I'm wrong. I'm asking him to just be like, yeah, we've been under center more the last couple of weeks. The offense has really been clicking. Maybe we found something here.
It's not his first day, and it's not your first day. You know better than that.
This is year 4.
Of course,
this is year 4.
He is who he is. Like, if he came out, honestly, and you played that clip and he said, yeah, it did really work under center and, that's something we're going to have to look at and ended it, we'd all be like, what? That's it? That's all you're going to say about it?
I would actually.
I just don't understand why. I just
you'd
don't
appreciate
understand why
it,
you
but
don't
you'd be surprised at it.
Why he doesn't celebrate? And I think it's because I will absolutely believe it's because it's not something that's not his signature. It is Kellen Moore's signature, much more. And I hear people trying to spin it that, well, Kellen Moore's been running this offense all year long. That is BS. If you watch 5 years of video on Kellen Moore's offense, it looked nothing like it till the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think that it's probably a little bit of both. I think it's, listen, pride a little bit wounded in the fact that it's not his say anymore and that's not what's working is what he wanted. And also that he's been kind of chastised for being overly demonstrative and energetic and whatever else. So I think it's just a combination of those two things.
Well, I think John also made the good point earlier of, somebody who asked that question clearly has an agenda in terms
write
of,
something.
This is the story that I'm trying to write. Look at the numbers since they started going under center. And Nick Sirianni probably hears that question and goes,
I know where you're heading.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because he's already trying to think 2 steps ahead, and that's when you talk yourself out of something.
Well, what's more important, his pride or his job, which is winning?
Neither in a press conference.
Okay, fair.
Like Connor helps us win. Connor helps us win. It's you can't just try to not praise what Connor's bringing to the table.
Although Tom Albert on Friday did a great job.
He really did.
And Brendan Gunn.
That's like Mekhi Becton stepping in. That's like others stepping in.
I'm not an elite producer. I'm a show manager.
Yeah, you're right. And you know what?
Well
I think that's all we need right now.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
All we need right now is a show manager who we hit everything on time. If there's something open there, you take it.
If not, you just let it go.
All right, easy. You guys sound like you believe that too much.
Now, speaking of those play on words, so Dan Orlovski is going to be joining us. You're a part of the. I want you to know you're part of the conversation.
Oh, great.
I'm not going to say, hey, get out.
Hey, Amy, get out. We're talking to Dan Orlovski.
But Dan's going to join us at 9:30.
He'll enjoy talking to her more than us.
He's been such a polarizing figure in the city because people think he hates Jalen Hurts when he just points out, hey, he needs to stop turning the football over.
He's not as bad as Chris Sims. Chris Sims really does hate Jalen
Sims
Hurts.
is.
No, Chris Sims legitimately has something against Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. I can tell you this.
It's odd to me.
No, I can tell you is having his dad on often, Phil, over the years, Chris is the kind of person, and he said it on the air. Chris is the kind of person who will take an opinion and dig in his heels.
Yeah.
And do everything he can to
At some point, he's just
just
you're
gotta give
just
up.
wrong.
But like you should have seen Dan put out a tweet yesterday that John responded to, and I was like, oh, let me get him on the show. Dan basically said, wow, look at how much better the offense has been since they've gone under center. And the amount of hate that he got in response
Because he's already put it out there that
Right.
he's not a giant fan of the way that Jalen Hurts operates. I don't think it's personal.
Or the offense. It's not even just Hurts.
It's just like what he's
He
doing.
didn't like the offense.
Yeah.
Did anyone like the offense the first 4 weeks of the season?
No. Or the end of last season, to be honest.
So then what's the problem? Like what he is saying, I agree with, and I think it's fact. And we've now seen a better offense because of it over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, it'll be pretty funny. But Dan Orlovski might have to eat just a little bit of crow because he has been a little bit harsher on Jalen overall. But I think you're right in the fact that it is how Jalen is operating within the offense.
Mm-hmm.
I think that his point has been Jalen's not this top 5 quarterback right now. You're asking him to do all these things that a top 5 quarterback would do, like cowboy out there and just try to create plays, and that's where you got in trouble. So why don't you simplify it or make it a little bit different? And that's what they did. So that's why he's praised, going under center.
Right.
That can be taken in a different way.
So Dan joins us at 9:30. Coming up at 10, it's the Mike Missanelli Show. Now, John, you wanted to take a few minutes.
I just want to, because Amy can get involved in this one
Right,
too, because
we have
she'll have
another
insight on this.
She's a college grad. She made it through college.
Mike said something yesterday that on the air, and he was just talking about the fact that he's celebrating that Penn State's having a very good football season.
Yes, they're undefeated.
Okay.
And he says, I don't know why people around here, unless they're Penn Staters in this area, just don't root for Penn State and don't like Penn State. He said only Penn Staters because I don't get it. And I think probably where that comes from is everybody in the world, like our own Brendan Gunn, who went to Temple, who globs onto Villanova basketball.
Yeah.
Like everybody in this area that isn't a diehard of another program tends to root for Villanova basketball as if they're a Philly thing. But in this area, people do not with Penn State football. It's either
really
you have a tie to Penn State football.
See, I know people that root for Penn State.
I do too.
Right, now it's funny.
They're from Pennsylvania.
I know a few that do. I know more that do Notre Dame. Being that I'm from,
there you go.
Being that I'm from Delco, of course that's
they
where
never stepped on campus, but they have the
they've never even been in the state.
No, they're all Walmart alumni. They couldn't tell you what state Notre Dame's in, and it's like
Brendan Gunn's an Irish fan too.
So he's an Irish fan too. He's a Delco kid.
Yeah.
So it's I said like I can't understand what Mike. I'm like Mike, what don't you understand? Penn State people are insufferable about their football program. They're insufferable. And when faced with major scandal, the vast majority of fans double down and say they're persecuting.
I think there was a shift a couple of years ago because of like people that probably just generally like, oh, well, I'm from Pennsylvania and I went to Shippensburg, so I'm going to cheer for Penn State. Some of those people, the casuals, if you want to call them that, they might have shifted away. I think there was probably more because of the whole Sandusky, Paterno, that whole.
Well, and even recently, the way James Franklin
that whole thing was just,
handled himself at the podium.
Then he had
the
to like
other
come
day.
out and be like, apologize. I was like, you can't come out 3 days later and apologize.
You can't be an ass.
You got to come
and then
out
be like, yeah, that's my bad.
The fact that he just like walked away and I was like, dude, you're better than this. Like, you're better than this.
Well, part of it is the fact that if you just the research for people who don't know up here. He cut and ran from Vanderbilt.
Uh-huh.
I know all about that.
And I do too. In the midst of a rape scandal where, there was a lot of illicit things being done to try to cover up that incident.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons why people
don't root for Penn State.
Right.
Like it's not Penn State doesn't have the charming quality of Villanova.
Well, I think that's also they also haven't won. I mean, Villanova.
That's
true. 2 national championships in the last 10 years.
Remember, is a Delco school.
And
where Penn State's in
people really enjoy Jay Wright.
Oh, everybody loved Jay Wright, except I don't want to look at his eyes. Don't want to shake his hand because I'm afraid that I would like him. I'm afraid that don't even tell me that.
No tempo, baby.
Tell me he's a jerk. Tell me something. Tell me like that he double parks in a handicap spot or something.
No, all the coaches here. I'm gonna see all the coaches in like an hour and a half.
Right.
They're all wonderful men.
Everybody that I've ever met tells me Jay Wright's that
They're all
person.
great. Every single coach here is great. We're really fortunate.
All right, the most polarizing national media member right now, Dan Orlovski, joins the show coming up next. We'll talk about this Eagles offense and how it's definitely changed since the bye week and whether or not he thinks differently about it. It's Kincade Salciunas with Amy Fadul for the rest of the hour, 97.5 The Fanatic. It is 9:30 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. We are joined by Amy Fadul for the entire hour, and we will be joined momentarily from ESPN, Dan Orlovski, who has become a polarizing figure in the city. We already got Real Mama Eagle checking in on Twitter, John.
I love Real Mama.
Yeah,
and
she's the best.
She is, she's animated.
Yeah, she said, let Orlovski have it.
She wants to see. Now, I'm not like that with Dan.
Well, no,
but I
because-
do think Dan's telling the truth, but I'm going to let Dan make his own case.
Yeah, I
He's
don't
a smart
disagree
guy.
with a lot of the things that he said. And again, the Eagles' offense was not good the first 4 weeks. So let's go to the man on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. Joining Kincade and Salciunas, and also Amy Fadul, Dan Orlovski joins us. Dan, good morning. How you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We were saying before you came on, you have become a polarizing figure for Eagles fans recently because of your analysis of the football team and the quarterback. So I want to give you the floor first because clearly we have all seen it. The Eagles' offense has looked better post-bye week than pre-bye week. So what are some of the things that you have seen differently that you like, and what are the things that you didn't like before the changes happened?
Yeah, trust me, my social media is confirming the polarizing aspect of me in Philadelphia. Also, my house with my wife. Yeah, I think that post bye week. I'm not saying that all things have been resolved. I do believe that the competition has helped a little bit, not playing some of the premier defenses. But I think getting back under center with some of their offense. And that's not necessarily what they did in 22, but it's kind of what they need to be a little bit more now in 24 than they were a couple years ago. I think, it's an emphasis on, getting Saquon downhill in their run game. I think one of the things that I guess I've criticized Saquon, not been criticized of Saquon, but I've always wanted Saquon a little bit more during his time with the Giants was to get downhill with his vision. I always felt like even when he was in the gun a little bit more, his vision got a little bit skewed. And so getting him downhill, I think, has been better, which obviously happens a little bit more under center. I think more and more play action, especially on early downs, has been absolutely beneficial. Certainly having A.J. back in, obviously Devontae, but A.J. specifically, I think the commitment to protection, has been a big deal. That's tied into the play action. So, again, I don't think everything's solved. I again, don't like the slow start. You can make the claim that it was a little bit attached to the defense this past week with the long drive, but there have been improvements both schematically and just Jalen's performance in the pocket.
Dan, if you were to say the straw that stirs the drink on the offense for Jalen Hurts, would you think it's more Saquon or you think it's more A.J.?
Oh, I don't even think it's close. It's A.J. I don't even believe it's close. I mean, again, no one likes me being honest. They started slow again, and if not for a massive 3rd and 16 completion to A.J. where he does, and it's a really good job by Jalen as well, of hanging in the pocket, little movement, but A.J. sitting in the soft spot, catching and backing up. It's a punt, and you're going into the second quarter without scoring. So it's A.J. Whenever they need a big play, the ball is going to him more often than not. Obviously, Devontae is a premier player as well. But as much as you want to run this offense through Saquon Barkley, there is no question about it. I think they have like 260 yards rushing on first down the last 2 weeks. When it comes directly attached to Jalen's performance, it's A.J. and it's not close.
Yeah, Dan, first of all, we appreciate your honesty, and we know it's only because you care so much. That's what our parents used to tell us. I'm on you hard because you care so much. But in all honesty, when you look at this offense from the first 4 weeks, they had the bye, which was, initially you're thinking, oh, a week 5 bye is terrible. But for this team, it was actually perfect, and they needed that reset button. Is it a lot more of the communications being opened up, you think, between Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts, and Nick Serani kind of taking a bit of a step back on that front?
I mean, this is an assumption on my end. I actually think it's a little bit more of the opposite. If you just watch them play and watch the plays that are getting called, I've known Kellen since he was a player. There's not a ton that seems to be Kellen's X's and O's. Mm-hmm. It seems to be a little bit more of the 2022 X's and O's. I think Kellen's just gotten comfortable of calling what when, maybe trying to dress it up a little bit here and there, but these aren't necessarily Kellen's pass concepts and or run concepts. This is a little bit more what we saw on that Super Bowl run. I just think he's learned this football team a little bit better over the past couple weeks. Again, I do think it helped that they got post-bye week. Obviously, Cleveland defense is sometimes hit or miss. I don't think they played great against Cleveland. But then the Giants and the Bengals, I think that helped a little bit as well. As you're trying to figure out what really you are or can't be on offense, and then the opponent kind of helped that as well. So I don't want to say that it's a suffocation from Sirianni, but I do think it's a clear, this is who we want to be and this is how we want to go about being it. Objective, yeah. I think it's a little bit more of that than the Sirianni taking a step back. That's a guess. That's an assumption.
No, that's good.
We're speaking to Dan Orlovski on the Comcast Business Hotline. Dan, what do you think Jalen Hurts' biggest problem was the first 4 weeks of the season before things started to turn a little bit?
Yeah, he was holding on to the football way too long, and it was a little bit of not throwing it to a spot and essentially throwing the guy open and waiting for someone to get open. Now, could you say it's new offense, a couple games without some of the premier pass catchers? Sure, but when he was holding on to the football that long, it wasn't married to the commitment to protection. Like, if you go back to this past game, he's got 3 or 4 phenomenal play-action pass chunk throws. One is the Devontae touchdown. He holds the ball for 4 seconds on those. So, it's you sit there, and my perspective is like, I love that, oh my gosh, but they double-chipped at times. They went 7-man protection at times. So they sat there and said, okay, if the quarterback is going to and wants to hold the football a little bit, well, we've got to make sure that we give him that time. The alternative is, when they were doing that early on in the season, maybe it was a 6-man protection instead of that 7-man protection. And so holding on to the ball led to, a forced throw, led to a fumble within the pocket, led to a misread. So I think there's a little bit more of, I don't want to say he's not holding on to the ball as much anymore. I think he did this past week. I just think that they committed to protecting a little bit more with an extra body when they do it.
Do you believe it's sustainable and that this Eagles team has turned a corner?
Yeah.
That's the question. I do believe that they've turned a corner. I will give them credit for that. First of all, defensively, they very much so have turned the corner. I think the young Georgia kids have started to play phenomenal. Obviously, Cooper's playing really good, so Quignon's playing really good. The defense is really the group that's big-time turned the corner. Kobe's been fantastic. Is it sustainable? I think against average teams in the NFC, it's absolutely sustainable, and that makes them a good football team. The question is, when they have to go against the teams that I believe are the really good, we can stop you from running the football, and we can get you into obvious passing situations. So when you play Detroit, when you play Minnesota, when you play Green Bay, when you play the Los Angeles Rams, that's probably it when it comes to those 4 teams, NFC West, NFC South. And those are the 4 teams that I feel defensively can line up on early downs and say, we at least can go guy for a guy in the run game, and we're going to force you to kind of play not to your ideal strength. That's when you got to find out if, okay, can we actually hold the ball as much and whatnot. So, it's a sustainable versus the elite. I think that's to be determined.
All right, Dan, last thing before we let you go, because I want you to have this opportunity. For the people that tweet at you or anything and say you hate Jalen Hurts, you want him to fail or anything like that, I just see some stuff on social media. I think back to Joe Buck.
Speak directly to real mama. Speak to her.
Like everyone thinks Joe Buck hates the Eagles because Joe Buck does a great job at being down the middle.
I mean,
oh, come on. Joe Buck doesn't hate the Eagles. Dan, when somebody says you have an opinion on somebody because you either like them or don't like them, can you please talk to that?
Yeah, I got 3 sons. If my sons grew up to be like Jalen Hurts, I would feel like the best dad in the history of the world. So I'm a massive fan of Jalen Hurts as a human being. I'm a massive fan of Jalen Hurts as a player. Part of my job, and I don't necessarily love it, is to be critical of certain guys, not certain guys, but of guys that aren't playing to a certain way. And I try to, be respectful of those players because they're the best in the world. while also trying to do the job. I don't think I should ever go on TV and say this guy sucks or whatnot, and I try to be conscious of that on a consistent basis. My wife's a massive Eagles fan. When they're playing good, my wife's happy. Same with my kids. So I don't hate Jalen. It's the opposite. I'm a huge fan of Jalen Hurts, but when he shows what he's capable of being in 22, and then there's a significant period of time when he doesn't play that way, it's my job to figure out why and what is happening and how it's happening. And parts of that is Jalen wasn't playing to a certain way. And I don't hate Jalen at all. I'm a huge fan of Jalen.
Yeah, we know that.
You
Dan.
do not need a food tester at the Jersey Shore after that answer.
Yeah, you're going to be good.
Dan, can you throw it 54 yards still? That's what I got to know after watching Monday night.
Yeah. I can probably throw it 60 right now.
All right. You were impressed with Swagoo, though. I knew you were.
Throwing a ball 54 yards is impressive for a 300-pound or probably 250-pound.
Yeah, well, that was actually
Good
pretty
job,
amazing.
Dan.
Thanks,
you,
man.
buddy.
We
Dan,
appreciate
thanks.
the time. We'll talk to you again down the road.
Have a good day, guys.
There he is, Dan Orlovski
He's
on the
safe.
Comcast Business Hotline.
He's safe in Seattle.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's safe in Seattle this summer.
I wanted him to have that opportunity at the end because you see the way people tweet at him or tweet about him and how they think he has some sort of
We
agenda.
can hate on our players. No one else can hate on our players. We know this by
You know
now.
what that we learned, though? He knows real Mama Eagle just like we do.
He does. He does.
Hey,
and I know she's listening, so
he
real Mama
represents.
Eagle.
Yeah.
You made an impact in his life. All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show. And, of course, we'll wrap things up for today's show. Amy Fadul joins us for the entire 9 o'clock hour right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
When I look at this division, I wasn't convinced until I saw.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, and we are still joined by Amy Fadul as she helps us make our lives so much easier on Tuesdays. Tuesday's the worst day of the week. John and I both agree. Amy,
God,
are you a
hate
Tuesday
Tuesday.
fan?
No, Thursdays are the best day. Tuesdays
like Thursday the
Thursday's the best day. Best day of the week.
No.
Yes, it is.
Friday.
I think Friday.
Because it leads to Friday. Fridays are like something you just take Friday off half the time.
Yeah, but I don't. Especially
You're done.
during
You're
football
done
season.
at 10.
Yeah,
That's a
why
half
it's,
day
that's
for
why
you.
that's why it's even better.
See, no, that's why it's a foregone
Well, we
conclusion.
all agree Tuesday.
Tuesday, worst day.
Tuesday's
There's
just
nothing
fantastic.
good about a Tuesday. Like
Doesn't
you know,
bridge to
except
anything.
for Amy Fadul to the 9 o'clock hour.
You saved that one.
I did, thank you.
Not
All
really.
right, Connor, hit us with the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Are you hitting the reset button on your Eagles' expectations, or are you sticking with what you said before the season started? John, I'm going to start with you because you were the chestiest one of us all before the season started. Tell us what your preseason expectations were, and are you hitting some sort of reset button, or are they getting to the team that you expected them to be, which was probably what we saw Sunday against the Bengals?
And I think that's where I'm at, is that they're rounding into shape of the team that I expected them to be. I did not expect 7 games to look like the 7 games had. I did not. I thought that it would be a high-flying offense, which would honestly, the passing game was going to go nuts.
Right.
I did not think we would be talking about a run-first offense that sets up the pass or otherwise. I got to tell you, it's not troubling in any way, shape, or form, but it is a little annoying to me because I don't think this team has still looked like I expected them to. And sometimes when you have an expectation in your head and it still looks really, really good, things can look really, really good. Because it's not what you want it to be, you still go, I want more than this.
From the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com, the great Jeff McLane joins us.
The offense was clicking. I mean, it was a little bit of reminiscent of the 2022 season when you saw Jalen Herz being able to consistently do it on the ground and in the air. He had some moments last year, and certainly I think it's the Buffalo game. I'm sure you guys talked about that being pretty much the last great game that you could say Jalen had. But it was important for this team that he came out and played well, especially after last week's game, and really the way he played through the first 6 games.
We've now seen them turn their identity into a run-first offense. We're seeing it work to their benefit.
We are seeing it work.
37-17 against a potential playoff team in the Cincinnati Bengals on the road. 28-3. I get it. It's the Giants, but that's a divisional matchup again on the road where you beat the doors off of that team. Back-to-back blowout wins for the Eagles. It may have taken longer in the Cincinnati game, but a 20-point win is a 20-point win.
And that's the one thing is you can't be such a little, as I'll say, B-boy, worried about the style point. At this point, chalk up the wins, get things figured out. I think they've got things figured out at least a bit. I need to see it carry out. I'm very concerned about the Dallas game coming up in a week. I'm very concerned about how they're going to be able to handle the Commanders on a short week. I got a lot of issues the next few weeks to be able to figure out where I'm actually sitting with this team. But overall, I think I'm pretty pleased because it's exactly where I thought they'd be.
We are joined for the entire hour by Amy Fadul.
I was 11 wins at the beginning of the season. I thought they would win the division, but I thought it would come down to one of the last couple of games.
Okay.
And I recalibrated after the first 4 weeks, but I'm back there. I'm back at 11. So no, I haven't changed in the last 7 weeks.
For me, I guess the only reset that I'm hitting is it's not going to be a comfortable division win.
Oh, it's not.
I still believe, and we kind of talked about this yesterday when we went through the reality or overreaction segment where we read the Jeff Kerr article from CBS. I still believe the Eagles will win this division. I'm not going to say can. I believe the Philadelphia Eagles will win the NFC.
And you are saying that with a level of confidence of what? Can you give me sort of a number on it?
7.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Not lock. I'm not going 10.
If anyone's saying lock,
no, it's not. But I believe the Eagles are the better team still between them and the Commanders, and they play them twice. And look, the only thing I'm going to change is it's not going to be as comfortable as I thought it would be, but I still believe they win this division, and I'll stand by what I said at the beginning. I'm not going to go as far as NFC Championship game just yet, but I'll like what my chances would be if I'm hosting a playoff game in the divisional round. Hopefully not in wild card weekend, but that's probably going to happen. Dan Orlovski joins us. Dan, good morning. How you doing today?
As much as you want to run this offense through Saquon Barkley, there is no question about it. I think they had like 260 yards rushing on first down the last 2 weeks. When it comes directly attached to Jalen's performance, it's AJ and it's not close.
It's so weird, though, is that it's almost like where they're at where I thought they'd be, is what I figured out yesterday, which is weird, is they're 5-2, and that's where I expected them to be.
It's just been the weirdest ride.
Because I didn't expect them to beat Cincinnati at Cincinnati.
Right.
It was one of those in my head going, man, that's going to be a really tough spot.
I had them at 5-2. I had them losing to the Packers and losing to the Bengals.
I think it's one of the reasons.
Like, it's weird. All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the Stony Creek East Coast IPA, which is an American IPA with the citrusy hop notes and the smooth, dry finish, which is why you have no German accent. The Uncle Jerry's Wit, which is a Belgian-style wheat beer. I don't have a Belgian accent, but I know who to turn to.
But there is the Helles Golden Lager. It is as golden as Amy Fadul's hair. Like a Munich woman, like with that Helles brewed, all German ingredients. Amy looks like she's going to Oktoberfest today. Very festive.
By the way, we have not talked about this once. The portal connects to Litho, man. Lithuania.
It does.
We haven't talked about this.
We would have talked about it in headlines, but it got jumped the day we were going to talk portal.
Yeah.
What day was that?
We're gonna mess it
Wednesday
up.
or Tuesday.
Now wait, do you pick where you want to portal to?
It cycles. It cycles, and somebody came up with a Go Birds sign from the homeland.
So from the portal, can you get like Kensington and Allegheny? Can you get K&A? Can you get?
No, you get you get Love.
Yeah.
You get Love. You get Love Park.
Yeah, you just get Love Park. We
Yeah,
want to
you get
try to
Love
show you
Park.
that. And there was a woman that has,
I know.
taken
Yeah.
it upon herself.
Olivia said the
didn't take long.
helicopters.
This is just like Hitchbot all over
I
again.
did love the Elmo at the portal.
Yes, no,
'Cause
that
if
was
you're-
good.
If you're in Lithuania, Portugal, Dublin, I
I
forgot.
mean, nothing says Philly more than
But
Elmo.
they're probably like, what the hell is
Drumming
going
Elmo.
on in that country?
Drumming Elmo. Or come on over and let's see what he's doing.
Exactly.
See what he's about.
Tell us about the AACR.
Hey, join us in fighting cancer and helping with cancer research. Our friends at Pierce Phelps Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors want to support those young researchers. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives like mine.
Speaking of cancer, Amy, what's on the docket today?
I am headed over to the Hilton on City Line Ave.
Short commute.
Very short, right across the street because it is the annual Coaches versus Cancer preseason luncheon.
Which is beautiful.
Put on by the American Cancer Society. All City 6 coaches in attendance, and we usually have about 300 guests.
How long
that
have they
come.
been doing that?
This is
Long
the
time.
21st year of
Yeah.
the luncheon. Then we have the breakfast, obviously, right before Selection Sunday. That's in its almost 30th year. And then we have the gala, which I think is in its also 20th year.
Tell Coach Fisher, Andrew and I both send our regards. And, Dunphy, we love him too.
Yeah.
You can't not love
Just those two, though.
Go to you, baby.
No.
That's all we got.
We're Temple people.
All right.
And we do not do what the other people do, glob onto other programs.
Say hi to all of them for me. I can be bought.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, he can be bought.
I got
Amy,
you, Connor. Thank
Free
you, guys.
gear, Connor's in.
Amy,
All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you guys
we
for having
appreciate it.
me.
Enjoy yourself
Love it.
today. Everybody have a great rest of your day. The Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next. We'll be back at it tomorrow on an Adam Schefter Wednesday right here.